Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? Can I please have your attention? Quiet on the floor, please. Quiet on the floor, please. Ladies and gentlemen, today, a record-breaking day today, 25 hearings for our legislative body. A round of applause. Congratulations to our outgoing members. Round of applause, please.
Recording in progress.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the last time this year, we will start our stated meeting. At this time, please place all electronic devices to vibrate. Madam Majority Leader, it's all yours.
Good afternoon and welcome to the stated meeting of December 18, 2025. I am Majority Leader Amanda Farias and I'd like to thank you for joining us. If you would like to follow along, the agenda for today's meeting is posted on our website. On behalf of the body, I welcome the members of the public who have joined us today. During stated meetings, only members of the council may speak. Members of the public shall remain silent. If you wish to express your support of any remarks, you may make the silent approval gesture. I want to remind my colleagues that decorum is to be respected at all times. Insulting each other is not appropriate. All remarks are to be addressed to the chair and members shall not speak unless recognized by the chair. It is essential that even if we disagree, we treat each other with respect.
Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Roll call.
Abreu.
Present.
Aviles.
Presente.
Ayala.
Still here.
Banks.
Present.
Botcher.
Here.
Brannon.
For the last time, I'm here.
Brewer.
Here.
Brooks Powers.
Present.
Caban.
Present.
Carr. De La Rosa.
Here.
Dinowitz.
Here.
Epstein. Felder.
Here, and not Jaeger.
Felice.
Here, and not Jaeger either.
Gennaro.
Here.
Gutierrez.
Presente.
Hanif.
Here.
Hanks. Holden.
Here.
Hudson.
Present.
Joseph.
Here.
Krishnan.
Here.
Lee.
Here.
Lewis.
Here.
Marmorato.
Present.
Marte.
Present.
Mealy. Menon.
Here.
Morano.
Here.
Moya.
Present.
Narcisse.
Present.
Nurse. Osei.
Present.
Palladino.
Here.
Powers.
I'm here.
Wrestler.
Here.
Riley.
Present.
Salam.
Present.
Salamanca.
Present.
Sanchez.
Present.
Shulman.
Here.
Stevens.
Here.
Ung. Vernikoff. Williams.
Here.
One.
Here.
Zhuang. Ariola.
Sono qui.
Farias.
Present.
Speaker Adams.
Present and still the Speaker of the New York City Council.
Thank you. We will now have today's invocation, which will be delivered by Reverend Richard Hogan, Senior Pastor of Divine Deliverance Ministries, which is located at 122-13 Guy R. Brewer Boulevard in Queens.
Almighty God, divine source of grace, we gather this afternoon on this 18th day of the last month of 2025. With 13 days left, and this being the last stated meeting of the year, we offer thanks for the milestones reached, the challenges overcome, and the steadfast dedication of the City Council members and their staff. Standing at the threshold of a new year and looking back on all we have journeyed through to 2025, we ask that your peace, patience, and presence dwell with us. With the acts of hate taking place right now on our shores and abroad, we ask that you will go to places and touch the hearts of men. The Bible and Scripture tells us that blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the sons of God. Our country is divided, but President Lincoln stated, the house divided against itself cannot and shall not stand. Help us, God. Watch over and protect those who are attacked and persecuted, and bring calm in the midst of hate, uncertainty, and chaos. As we face these difficult times, help these elected leaders to have the wisdom, strength, and vision to alleviate the problems and pain of their constituents, as each member of this body represents approximately 157 to 160,000 constituents. Continue to guide them as there is a significant responsibilities on a municipal scale. Representing these many people is equivalent to being a mayor of a mid-sized city in America, Savannah, Georgia, or Syracuse, New York. We've seen this body grow and do great things, from 35 members to 51 members. Psalms 51:10 says, create in me a clean heart and renew a right spirit within me. God, only you can give them the strength needed to perform this task. Grant them a vision of a unified city that empowers its people on every level, and may their choices transcend fear to build a just future. We ask for your protection over our first responders and all that help this city to run effectively as it does. Lord, we thank you for you to allow the unity to flow through the 5 boroughs and then to the 50 states. Let it start here in New York and in these chambers. We pray for these elected leaders who hold an office of trust, that they will be granted the wisdom to govern among the conflicting interests and complex issues of this time. We pray for our mayor-elect, and also this Assembly Council, asking that you would help them lead with humility, never with pride, and by your wisdom, never by personal opinion. Grant them that they will faithfully perform their duties for the benefit of all citizens, especially the most vulnerable. We pause to acknowledge your faithfulness of every day. The believers here, we thank you for how you grant us peace in life that you have given us. This being the last month of the year, the 12th month. 12 in biblical terms means government and order. In scriptures and life, we find the number 12 all around us each and every day. When we look at the clock, the number there is 12. There are 12 disciples, 12 months in a year. 12 midnight starts today. 12 noon is lunchtime. 12 inches in a foot and 12 ribs in our body. 12 grades before we complete grades to go to college. 12 years we live before we become teenagers, and 12-step programs for those who are in need. 12 is always present. The letter 12 left. The 12th letter of the alphabet is L, which stands for live, love, and leaders. Let these leaders live, love, and let them lead. So as we close this 12th month, let there be order in the city and abroad, and let it be started with these members. As this speaker leaves this part of her life, enter into another one, continue to bless those that stood by her, that helped to fight to make things better. All of these distinguished leaders in this place, you have different steps and order their steps to go places. For the Bible said the steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord. Let the council's calling at this time in 2025 be a shining light and vessels of blessings for the city in the year to come. Bless Speaker Adams and all that helped her, because she truly has been a blessing with all of the help of all these distinguished leaders. Bless them, bless their families, and God bless America. Let all God's people say, amen.
Thank you. I would now ask Speaker Adams to spread the invocation on the record.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader, and thank you, Pastor Hogan, for that beautiful, beautiful invocation. Pastor Richard B. Hogan, founder and executive director of Brothers Against Killing Each Other, or BAKE, is a dedicated and selfless leader who has served our communities in Southeast Queens for decades. Through his exemplary commitment, he has helped thousands of young people find meaning in their lives, offering them services and workshops that advance their safety and well-being. As pastor of Divine Deliverance Ministries, he has been the voice of strength and guidance for our youth, seniors, and vulnerable members of our community. I've been honored to have known Pastor Hogan for about 2 decades now as a reverend leader in my own district, the Great 28. We are so grateful indeed for his words of wisdom today as we close out our final stated meeting of the year and of this term. I make a motion, Madam Majority Leader, to spread the invocation in full upon the record.
Thank you. We will now ask Council Member Rita Joseph for the adoption of minutes.
I make a motion that the minutes of the stated meetings of November 25th, 2025 and December 4th, 2025 be adopted as printed.
Messages and papers from the mayor?
None.
Communication from city, county, and borough offices?
None.
Petitions and communications?
None.
Land use call-ups?
None.
Thank you. We will now have communication from Speaker Adrienne Adams.
Thank you very much, Madam Majority Leader, and good afternoon, everyone. As it is our last stated meeting of the term, and for some of us, our last as members, and my final as Speaker, I'd like to say a few words to reflect on our time together over these last 4 years. In 2021, New Yorkers elected the most diverse and first women majority council in our history. And with it, I was honored to be elected as our city's first Black speaker. Our historic representation fully reflected the breadth of New Yorkers' experiences, enabling us to lead differently than our predecessors. When people who have experienced housing insecurity, poverty, working class struggles, and the impacts of racial and gender disparities come together to represent New Yorkers, we are better prepared to address the perspectives and priorities of everyone in our city. By prioritizing women and the working people that make up the backbone of our city, we tackled issues like the housing crisis, inequities in economic opportunity, racial disparity in maternal health outcomes, and the need for crime victim services that have long impacted historically overlooked communities of color. And whether it was opening pathways to economic mobility through CUNY Reconnect, which has now enrolled over 62,000 New Yorkers, the majority of whom
There will be silence in the gallery. Sergeants, please remove the member of the public that is interrupting the stated meeting. There will be silence from the gallery. This is the first and final warning. I will clear the gallery if there are any other interruptions during the stated meeting. Please remove that member of the public as well. I will reiterate for those folks in the gallery and in the chamber, I will clear the gallery if there is another interruption.
Our historic representation fully reflected the breadth of New Yorkers' experiences, enabling us to lead differently than our predecessors. When people who have experienced housing insecurity, poverty, working class struggles, and the impacts of racial and gender disparities come together to represent New Yorkers, we are better prepared to address the perspectives and priorities of everyone in our city. By prioritizing women and the working people that make up the backbone of our city, we tackled issues like the housing crisis, inequities in economic opportunity, racial disparities in maternal health outcomes, and the need for crime victim services that have long impacted historically overlooked communities of color. And whether it was opening pathways to economic mobility through CUNY Reconnect, which has now enrolled over 62,000 New Yorkers, the majority of whom are women and people of color, or securing over $8 billion for more affordable housing, home ownership opportunities, and neighborhood investments, we were true to our North Star of centering communities most harmed by inequity. An important legacy of our leadership is not just holding government accountable and legislating solutions to address these inequities, but also incubating innovative new programs that directly address them. Like CUNY Reconnect, we also created New York State's first trauma recovery centers in our city to help Black, Latino, and Asian communities receive the support to end cycles of violence, which is especially important as these communities have historically lacked access to traditional crime victim services. To address the economic and employment barriers that have contributed to a mental health and workforce shortage, we launched the CUNY Social Work Fellows, which will help us improve mental health outcomes. And we created the first city-funded guaranteed income program to help new mothers avoid homelessness, improve maternal health, and reduce child poverty. These have been investments in innovation to confront deeply entrenched inequities. Our city is only as strong as our people, and I'm so proud of how we prioritized New Yorkers over the last 4 years when chaos in this building was all too present. As public servants, it is our responsibility to improve the conditions of our communities, ensuring that all of us can live healthy, safe, and dignified lives. Our city must continue to champion Black, Latino, Asian, and immigrant communities that have not always received equitable priority and uplift the working people who make our city run. The council must continue to move city government to focus on New Yorkers pushed to the margins. That is how we build a city for all New Yorkers. I want to thank all of my council colleagues for their fierce advocacy, service, and support to New Yorkers over these last 4 years. Together, we have provided our city with steady, unwavering, and principled leadership, prioritizing the needs of New Yorkers above everything else. I also want to thank my outstanding leadership team, Deputy Speaker Diana Ayala, Majority Leader Amanda Farias, Majority Whip Sylvina Brooks Powers, and Council Members Justin Brannon, the General, Rafael Salamanca, Keith Powers, Sandra Ung, the Sage of New York City, Gail Brewer, and former council member Carlina Rivera. I also want to acknowledge my superior senior staff whose labor behind the scenes made our achievements possible and who are instrumental in the fight to protect our institution and its values. Super Chief Jeremy John. The amazing infrastructure of the City Council, Faiza Ali. The King of Comms, Mandela Jones. The amazing J. Cole. J. Cole. Megan Lynch. Danielle Castaldi-Mika, or DCM. Richard Lee. The gentleman of legislation, Jeff Baker. The Lord of Land Use, Paris Strotter. Kathleen Ahn. And our jewel of OGC, Jason Otanyo. Thank you to every single member of the Council's superior central staff in every division, and the Council member staff who support New Yorkers in all corners, all districts, all constituents of our city. Let's give your staff a hand. And finally, I want to thank my family who has lovingly given me over to you all for almost a decade. My family members that are present here today. My backbone, his name is Joseph J. Adams. Hi, honey bunny. My sister, Tracy Edie Gaffey. I call these two our sister cousins, Katrina Edie and Pamela Edie. And my amazing one, who has always been my personal assistant, I call her Sissy. Her name is Tamara Ogburn. Thank you all for being with me today. I wouldn't be here without you. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge the New Yorkers that we lost. It seems to be fire season in New York City, unfortunately. And on December 7th, a 66-year-old man perished in a fire in Inwood. A few days later, on December 12th, a 62-year-old man perished in a fatal fire in Van Nest. That same day, an 83-year-old woman died in a fire in her Upper West Side apartment. And yesterday, we lost a New Yorker to a fatal fire in Astoria. This morning, we lost yet another New Yorker to a fatal fire in Jackson Heights. And I know, as is mine, our hearts are with all of their loved ones, family members, and neighbors who are grieving their unimaginable loss. As we see an increase in the usage of space heaters during this winter season, remember to keep them at least 3 feet away from combustible material. Never use extension cords for large appliances because they can overheat. Property owners are legally required to provide heat and hot water to tenants. If they're unresponsive, register a complaint by calling 311. Last Monday, a 42-year-old man fell to his death on a construction site in the Dutch Kill section of Long Island City. All workers deserve to be safe on the job, and my thoughts are with his colleagues, his family, his friends, his loved ones. December 16th was Bangladesh Victory Day, which commemorates the independence of Bangladesh and the enduring fight for freedom. On this day, we honor the history, culture, and contributions of our Bangladeshi communities. Hanukkah, which concludes Monday evening, teaches us about spreading light, especially after the horrific anti-Semitic attack that took place at a Hanukkah event in Sydney, Australia. Let us continue to carry the light of this Hanukkah season into our daily lives. I can only imagine the fear and pain that Jewish people around the world here in our city are feeling. Violence against any of us threatens all of us, and we must denounce hate in all of its forms, including anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and we must work together to prevent violence before it ever occurs. I sincerely wish all Jewish New Yorkers who are gathering this week a safe and meaningful Hanukkah. December 25th is Christmas, and Kwanzaa will be celebrated between December 26th and January 1st. I hope everyone has a safe and warm holiday season and a wonderful new year with your loved ones. Next, I want to wish a happy birthday to Carmen De La Rosa, whose birthday is on Christmas Day, our Christmas baby. And Council Member Simcha Felder, who will be celebrating on the 30th. Happy birthday, Simcha. Now let's move on to our stated agenda. First, we'll vote on the following land use items. Herkimer Williams, an application to facilitate the development of 4 new mixed-use buildings, including approximately 988 affordable residential units, commercial space, light industrial space, and open space in Councilmember Sandy Nurse's district. The council is modifying the application to add MIH option 3. 2941 through 2153 Pacific Street, Article 11, an application to facilitate the rehabilitation of a 4-story building with approximately 24 home ownership cooperative units in Councilmember Mealy's district. 18-15 Francis Lewis Boulevard Commercial Overlay, a private application to amend the zoning map to bring a medical office building into compliance in Councilmember Vicky Palladino's district. MTA 125th and Lexington rezoning, an application to create a new sub-district within the special 125th Street and Transit land use districts in Deputy Speaker Diana Ayala's district in order to facilitate the development of a new mixed-use building with 648 housing units, 171 of which will be affordable under MIH Option 1. Resolution 1109, sponsored by Councilmember Rafael Salamanca, will authorize OTI to extend the franchise allowing for the installation, operation, and maintenance of public communication structures. Resolution 1157, also sponsored by Councilmember Salamanca, will authorize DOT to enter into a franchise for the installation, operation, and maintenance of coordinated street furniture. Next, we'll vote on the following finance items. Introduction 1427, sponsored by Councilmember Justin Brannan, would establish the Coney Island Business Improvement District. Preconsidered introduction, sponsored by Councilmember Brannan, would permanently extend the deadline for the submission of the preliminary mayor's management report in years following the election of a mayor. The bill would also extend other preliminary budget deadlines pertaining to the preparation of the fiscal year 2027 budget. Preconsidered resolution, sponsored by Councilmember Brannan, approving the new designation and changes in the designation of certain organizations to receive funding in the expense budget. Preconsidered resolution, sponsored by Councilmember Brannan, approving a modification pursuant to Section 107 of the New York City Charter. Preconsidered resolutions, sponsored by Councilmember Brannan, would establish Article 11 tax exemptions for buildings in the districts of Councilmember Aviles, Carr, Hudson, Salamanca, and Stevens, and in Article 5 tax exemption for 1 building in Councilmember Salam's district. Next, we will vote on the following resolutions. Resolution 842, sponsored by Councilmember Rita Joseph, would recognize March annually as Music in Our Schools Month in New York City. Resolution 82A, sponsored by Councilmember James Gennaro, would support the mission and growth of the Climate Museum. Resolution 649A, sponsored by Councilmember Gail Brewer, would call on the Congress to pass and the President to sign legislation allocating funds for the restoration of the SS United States and for its relocation to New York City. Thank you to our staff members, Dirk Spencer and Regina Paul. Pre-considered resolution sponsored by Public Advocate Jumani Williams and Councilmember Keith Powers, celebrating the New York Knicks in a spectacular win of the 2025 Emirates NBA Cup Championship. Thank you to our staff member, Regina Paul. Resolution 499, sponsored by Councilmember Joseph, would call on the United States Congress to pass and the President to sign the Protecting Consumers from Deception AI Act. Resolution 500, sponsored by Councilmember Joseph, would call on the New York State Legislature to introduce and pass, and the Governor to sign the New York State College Safety Act. Thank you once again to our staff member, Regina Paul. Resolution 1061A, sponsored by Majority Leader Amanda Farias, would call on the New York State Legislature to pass and the Governor to sign legislation requiring pain management options to be offered to patients undergoing in-office gynecological procedures. Thank you to our staff members Joshua Newman, Christopher Pepe, and Sarah Sucher. Resolution 734A, also sponsored by Councilmember Brewer, would call on the Governor to sign S-8415, A-8871, known as the Prison Reform Omnibus Bill. Thank you to our staff members Jeremy Whiteman and Natalie Meltzer. Today we'll vote on the following legislation. Preconsidered introduction, sponsored by Councilmember Shawn Abreu, would co-name 77 thoroughfares and public places. Thank you to our staff members Christopher Sartori and Patrick Mulvihill. Introduction 403A, sponsored by Public Advocate Jumani Williams, would require the Department of Environmental Protection to report annually on the inspection, cleanup, and maintenance of catch basins in each community district. The bill would also require DEP to inspect catch basins and resolve clogs within 8 business days of inspection or receipt of a complaint. Thank you to our staff member Sierra Townsend. Introduction 1279B, sponsored by Deputy Speaker Diana Ayala, would limit rules issued by the Department of Sanitation prohibiting supplemental sanitation service providers from placing refuse or recycling by public litter baskets, and further requiring supplemental sanitation services providers to set material out for collection by DSNY in rigid receptacles with tight-fitting lids. Thank you to our staff member Morgan Barrett. Introduction 987A, sponsored by Councilmember Rita Joseph, would require the DOE to establish a pilot program to develop and distribute educational materials regarding the reduction of surplus food in public schools. Thank you to our staff members Katie Salina, Chloe Rivera, and Alejandro Carvajal. Introduction 1169A, sponsored by Councilmember Oswald Feliz, would require syringe service programs to give participants guidance on safe disposal, provide information about nearby disposal sites, offer portable disposal containers, and require DOHMH to collect discarded needles in public spaces. Thank you to our staff member Sarah Sucher. Introduction 868A, sponsored by Councilmember Feliz, would prohibit programs from distributing syringes or needles within or within 50 feet of playgrounds and on or adjacent to school premises. Thank you to our staff member Sarah Sucher. Introduction 1452A, sponsored by Minority Leader Joanne Ariola, would require the fire department to provide notice to employees of any PPE known to contain PFAS by 2028. FDNY would be required to provide employees with equipment that does not contain PFAS at or above established hazardous levels. Introduction 1453A, sponsored by Minority Leader Ariola, would require FDNY to establish a program to exchange and dispose of equipment that contains PFAS. Thank you to our staff member Josh Kingsley. Introduction 142A, sponsored by Majority Whip Sylvina Brooks Powers, would require the DOE to issue a biannual report regarding students' access to the internet and electronic devices at home and students' use of virtual learning. Introduction 1359A, sponsored by Councilmember Joseph, would require DOE to report annually on manifestation determination reviews conducted for students with disabilities. Introduction 1360A, also sponsored by Councilmember Joseph, would require the NYPD to develop materials regarding their youth programs and provide them to the DOE, which would distribute them to schools. Thank you to our staff member Alejandro Carvajal. Introduction 472A, sponsored by Councilmember Natasha Williams, would require borough presidents to provide equal employment opportunity trainings to community board members and staff. Thank you to our staff members, Johari Melnick Frazier. Introduction 1350A, also sponsored by Majority Leader Amanda Farias, would require SPS to provide loan readiness resources to help small businesses prepare for the lending process and understand the services offered by community development financial institutions. Thank you to our staff member, Luciano Hamel. Introduction 1401A, sponsored by Councilmember Yusuf Salam, would allow city agencies to request voluntary disclosures from bidders on city contracts about their efforts to identify and address labor and human rights risks. Thank you to our staff members Alex Polinoff and Alex Yablon. Introduction 479A, also sponsored by Councilmember Julie Won, would require the city chief procurement officer to establish standards and procedures for contractors to determine the existence of conflicts of interest and misconduct concerning concerning city contracts valued over $100,000. Thank you to our staff members Alex Polinoff and Alex Yablon. Introduction 1149A, sponsored by Majority Leader Farias, would require language accessibility at both city-owned ferry terminals and contracted ferry service landings. Introduction 1121A, sponsored by Majority Leader Farias, would expand eligibility for reduced cost ferry service to include middle school students. Thank you to our staff members Alex Polinoff and William Hongacht. Introduction 1229A, sponsored by Minority Leader Ariola, would require monthly reports from the FDNY on the average number of EMS units available each day to respond to medical emergencies. Introduction 1140A, sponsored by Minority Leader Ariola, would require the FDNY to report annually on information related to firehouse and EMS assets that are not included in existing capital asset reporting. Thank you to our staff member Josh Kingsley. Introduction 1366A, also sponsored by Council Member Salam, would require the Department of Social Services to create web forms for any applications that must be completed to apply for benefits and services through DSS. Thank you to our staff member Aminta Kilawan. Introduction 1490B, sponsored by Councilmember Pirina Sanchez, would bring the New York City Energy Conservation Code up to date with the state's 2025 version. Thank you to our staff members Austin Malone, Billy Eck, Natasha Bynum, and Sierra Townsend. Introduction 571A, also sponsored by Councilmember Brewer, would require HPD to conduct and publish a study on the feasibility of building affordable housing on Ward's Island. Thank you to our staff member Sierra Townsend. Introduction 1066A, sponsored by Councilmember Williams, would require the Office of Technology and Innovation to conduct a study and publish a report on the impacts of algorithmic tools and automated employment decision tools on civil service employees. Thank you to our staff member Rie Ogasawara. Introduction 1346A, sponsored by Majority Whip Brooks Powers, would require the DOE to study the licensed and unlicensed vans that make up New York City's commuter van industry. Thank you to our staff members Margaret Lyford and Mark Chen. Introduction 276A, sponsored by Councilmember Shekhar Krishnan, would prohibit high-volume for-hire vehicle services from deactivating drivers unless due to just cause, a bona fide economic reason, or if required by law. Thank you to our staff members Ricardo Licia and Mark Chen. Introduction 1000A, sponsored by Councilmember Justin Brannon, would require DOT to establish a pilot program to allow for-hire vehicles to park in commercial parking meter areas. Thank you to our staff members, David Lowenstein, Connor Mealy, and Theodore Miller. Introduction 1233A, sponsored by Councilmember Eric Botcher, would require DOT to build any new medians separating bicycle lanes from motorized vehicle traffic to accommodate the planting of trees and other vegetation. Thank you to our staff members Ricardo Licia and Theodore Miller. Introduction 1332A, sponsored by Councilmember Brannon, would prohibit delivery services from deactivating app-based contracted delivery service workers unless the deactivation is for just cause or bona fide economic reasons. Thank you once again to our staff members Sarah Swain and Natalie Meltzer. Introduction 902B, also known as the Community Opportunity to Purchase Act, sponsored by Councilmember Sandy Nurse, would give qualified nonprofits or joint ventures between qualified nonprofits and other entities a first opportunity to submit an offer and purchase certain residential properties when an owner plans to sell the property before it is placed on the open market. Thank you to our staff members Austin Malone and Billy Eck. Introduction 1120B, sponsored by Majority Leader Farias, would set up timelines for decisions regarding the sale of co-op apartments. Thank you to our staff members Natasha Bynum, Sierra Townsend, Austin Malone, Billy Eck, Dirk Spencer, Jose Conde, and Brad Reed. Introduction 1321A, sponsored by Councilmember Sanchez, would replace the building code of 1968 with a more modern framework. Introduction 1422A, sponsored by Councilmember Sanchez, would update the New York City Fuel Gas Code, Building Code, Mechanical Code, and Electrical Code. Thank you once again to our staff members Austin Malone, Billy Eck, Dirk Spencer, Jose Conde, Natasha Bynum, and Sierra Townsend. Introduction 1412A, also known as the Safer Sanctuary Act, sponsored by Councilmember Tiffany Caban, would bar federal immigration authorities from maintaining offices on land under the New York City Department of Corrections jurisdiction. It would also amend the city's sanctuary laws to account for current federal immigration enforcement practices. Thank you to our staff members, Natalie Kata, Rebecca Barilla, and Nicholas Wadzowski. Introduction 1237A, sponsored by Councilmember Felice, would require the NYPD to report data on all criminal complaints and arrests. Thank you once again to our staff member, Josh Josh Kingsley. Introduction 1460A, sponsored by Councilmember Brewer, would require the NYPD to adopt a written policy regarding access to encrypted radio channels. Thank you to our staff member, Jeremy Whiteman. Introduction 125A, sponsored by Deputy Speaker Ayala, would require that in most circumstances, the NYPD must obtain the consent of a parent, legal guardian, or attorney before collecting a DNA sample from a minor. Thank you to our staff member, Jeremy Whiteman. Introduction 1451A, sponsored by myself, would require the NYPD to provide designated CCRB employees with direct access to footage recorded by officer body-worn cameras for the purpose of investigating and prosecuting allegations of police misconduct. Thank you once again to our staff member, Josh Kingsley. Introduction 1391A, also known as the Alan Etienne Safety and Security Act, also sponsored by me, would direct security guard employers to provide their employees with minimum wage, paid vacation time, and supplemental benefits. This legislation was inspired by the heroic efforts of Alan Etienne, a 32 BJ security guard who was fatally shot by a gunman in the lobby of 345 Park Avenue this summer. Thank you once again to our staff members, Sarah Swain, Natalie Meltzer, and Rachel Cordero. Introduction 408A, sponsored by Public Advocate Jumani Williams, would require a division of street vendor assistance within the Department of Small Business Services to assist street vendors. Thank you again to staff members Sarah Swain and Natalie Meltzer. Introduction 1251A, sponsored by Majority Leader Farias, would authorize DOHMH and DCWP to issue license applications to mobile food and general vendors until the licenses issued reaches the capped amount, as not every license application results in a license issued. Thank you once again, staff member Sarah Swain. Introduction 431B, sponsored by Councilmember Sanchez, would make 2,200 additional supervisory license applications available to prospective mobile food vendors annually from 2026 until 2031, and 10,500 new general vending licenses in 2027. It would also expand street vendor training and increase inspections of street vendor setups to ensure compliance with new requirements. Thank you again, staff member Sarah Swain. The following bills were based on work from the Temporary Task Force on Tax Liens. Together, they seek to shift the current practice away from selling tax liens to a private trust and instead toward a city land bank that prioritizes community needs, avoids unnecessary displacement of homeowners, and ensure tax delinquent properties can be returned to productive use. Introduction 1419A, sponsored by Councilmember Nurse, would require the Commissioner of Finance to report annually on properties encumbered by chronically unresolved tax liens that remain unsatisfied for 36 months or more after being sold. Thank you to our staff member, Nick Connell. Introduction 1428, sponsored by Councilmember Nurse, would require the Commissioner of Finance to require purchasers of tax liens to make best efforts to transfer the liens to the city land bank upon certain triggering events. Introduction 1411A, sponsored by Councilmember Gail Brewer, would require the Commissioner of Finance to notify condominium boards if the Commissioner intends to sell a tax lien on one of its units. Introduction 1407A, sponsored by myself, would authorize the city to sell tax liens past 2028, but only to a city land bank, and add additional protections for primary resident homeowners. Introduction 570B, sponsored by Councilmember Brewer, would create a New York City land bank to acquire and manage vacant, abandoned, tax delinquent, and foreclosed properties with the goal of promoting the preservation of home ownership and home equity, prevention of displacement, and putting properties to productive community use. Thank you to our staff members, Nick Connell and Emra Adev. Introduction 994A, sponsored by Councilmember Lincoln Ressler, would require that by June 1st, 2030, owners of tenant-occupied buildings provide cooling systems capable of maintaining 78 degrees Fahrenheit in rooms which tenants sleep upon the request of the tenant. Thank you to our staff members William Eck, Austin Malone, Jose Conde, and Dirk Spencer. Introduction 910B, sponsored by Councilmember Carmen De La Rosa, would establish a compensation standard and local hiring provision for construction workers on certain housing development projects. Thank you to our staff members Rie Ogaswara and Elizabeth Arts. Our city is experiencing an exodus of working class and middle-income families due to the affordability crisis. The housing bills we're voting on today are meant to ensure that the city's public dollars are used wisely to actually create housing that is affordable and can support working families. My bill will make the dream of affordable home ownership within reach for our families so that they can remain in the city they love. Introduction 1443A, sponsored by Councilmember Sandy Nurse, would require that starting January 1st, 2027, 50% of newly constructed rental units financed by the city be affordable for very low-income households and at least 30% for extremely low-income households. Introduction 1433A, sponsored by Councilmember Eric Dinowitz, would require that starting January 1st, 2027, at least 25% of rental affordable units financed by the city be two-bedroom units and 15% be three-bedroom units. And Introduction 958A, sponsored by myself, would approximately double the production of affordable home ownership opportunities financed by the city by requiring that at least 4% of all newly constructed affordable units be for home ownership. Thank you, Paris Straughter and Ann McCoy, William Vidal, Brian Paul, Deborah Kurtzer, and Caitlin Greer. Thank you all for your attention. Now I turn it back over to our Majority Leader.
Thank you, Speaker Adams. We will now move into discussion of general orders, and I'd like to first recognize Councilmember Caban, followed by Sanchez, then Gutierrez.
Thank you. Today, I am urging my colleagues to vote aye on Intro 1412, the Safer Sanctuary Act. Our sanctuary laws exist for one reason, and it's to keep people safe. The data is clear. Sanctuary counties are safer per capita than non-sanctuary counties, because when you drive people into hiding, they don't seek health care, they don't seek public safety officials, they are more likely to be harmed, they become afraid to send their children to school, they're afraid to go to work and participate in our economy, and that makes us all less safe. Under the Trump administration, federal agencies that usually have nothing to do with immigration enforcement are suddenly being turned into tools of fear. So we must pass the Safer Sanctuary Act to clarify and strengthen our sanctuary laws so that no one can claim confusion or loopholes, regardless of which federal agency is being used for immigration enforcement. The Safer Sanctuary Act also stops ICE from setting up offices inside of our jails. New Yorkers already disappear inside those walls, and they cannot also become a deportation machine. If we succeed in passing the Safer Sanctuary Act, it will be the most significant update of New York sanctuary city laws in nearly a decade, and we need it desperately. We've seen seniors beaten, pregnant mothers shackled, children torn away from their parents, including 6-year-olds ripped from their father's arms. These are kidnappings, they're acts of terror, and they are happening in our city to our neighbors. Fear and terror don't make us safe. Safety comes from community, from solidarity, from fighting for each other, and the Safer Sanctuary Act is a critical tool in that fight. Thank you to the Legal Aid Society, to the Immigrant Defense Project, the New York Immigration Coalition, the New York Civil Liberties Union, and all our co-sponsors and every advocate who came to testify for the Safer Sanctuary Act, even when the Adams administration couldn't be bothered to show up. Thank you to Immigration Committee Chair Alexa Aviles, and thank you, Speaker Adams. Thanks.
Recognizing Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, Majority Leader. We are at a pivotal moment for street vending. And as the daughter and granddaughter of street vendors, I could not be prouder of how far we've come. A week ago, I stood at a rally where street vendors were alongside bodegueros, restaurants, supermarkets, all side by side calling for one thing: to finally fix our broken vending system. That moment matters because it shows how far we've come. When we started, decades-old license caps made legal compliance nearly impossible for most vendors. Enforcement was inconsistent, ineffective, and stakeholders were so polarized that many feared even sitting at the same table. Vendors felt criminalized, brick-and-mortar businesses felt ignored, reform was stalled. But today's bill is more balanced, with broader brick-and-mortar support than ever before. And that's because 431B expands access to licenses, pairing that access with real enforcement, stricter suspension and revocation standards, stronger penalties for unlicensed vending, and new requirements around cleanliness and waste. This is a sea change, and implementation will not be easy. I urge my colleagues to vote aye, and for everyone who was at the table to stay there with us as we implement. Thank you to the Street Vendor Justice Coalition, to Bronx vendors, and especially Mohamed Atia and Karina Kaufman Gutierrez, and all who negotiated to the very end. We did our best, and we did well. To my staff, Maria, Ben, Kim, Gerard, Dylan, Steph, Brenda, MJ, and the former team, and to Speaker Adams and your incredible team, thank you for supporting my endless optimism. And to Majority Leader Farias, thank you for co-priming this with me, and to all the co-sponsors, a supermajority at this point, for giving your political capital to help our cities most vulnerable. Please also support our building code updates and street code naming in honor of Miss Gloria Thomas, a local champion, a leader. Thank you.
Recognizing Councilmember Gutierrez, followed by Ressler, then Feliz. Passing on Councilmember Gutierrez, recognizing Councilmember Ressler.
I wasn't quite ready, but I'm ready. I really want to just thank my colleagues in advance for support today on Intro 994. This legislation is groundbreaking. It will allow for every tenant in New York City to access cooling in their homes. Just like we required landlords to provide cooling 107 years ago, provide heating 107 years ago after a coal famine, we are now going to finally be requiring access to cooling for tenants as well, starting in 2030. And that's because extreme heat is the #1 climate killer. 580 people die every single year in New York City from extreme heat. And the most common factor among them is that they lack access to cooling in their homes. This bill will change that once and for all. It will save hundreds of lives a year and create a model framework for other cities around the nation and even around the globe to follow to navigate and mitigate the threat of extreme heat. There was just an extraordinary team that worked on this bill. Most of all, my Chief of Staff, Molly Haley. I really want to thank the council team led by Jeff Baker, CJ Murray, congrats to CJ on his second child, Billy Eck, and many others for their hard work on this. And from the administration, there was just a really special partnership where people worked harder than I could have ever imagined to get this bill done and get the environmental review done. And so I really want to thank my friend Ahmed Tagani for clearing his schedule and laser focusing on this, bringing HPD resources to bear to make this happen. The team at Maki J, led by Elijah Hutchison and his Deputy Executive Director, Paul Lozito, were phenomenal, as was our Chief Climate Officer, Rid Agarwal, who is a huge champion of this bill. The folks in the Environmental Law Unit, especially Chris Rio, who's a constituent and is wonderful, they just did great work here, and I'm immensely grateful for how hard they worked to make this bill possible. This was a bit of an emotional roller coaster. I didn't think this bill was going to get done multiple times over the last few weeks, but it was the hard work of everybody who contributed that made it happen, and I'm really appreciative. This bill is going to save a lot of lives. Thank you all so much.
Recognizing Councilmember Feliz, followed by Morano, then Banks.
Thank you. Proud of many bills that we're voting on today, including 3 of my bills, 1 related to police data transparency and 2 related to syringe distribution programs. On the police bill, we've made a lot of progress on the issue of safety. Shootings are down, homicides are down. This is good. And it's also good that we have data related to these numbers. It's also important, however, that we analyze information related to the resolution of these cases so that we can know whether some issues so that we can know which cases are being resolved, which cases are not being resolved, and so that we can know which issues need more attention and resources. And this bill will help us do exactly that. On the 2 syringe bills, our mobile syringe distribution programs are life-saving. I have many of them in my district, and I see their work on a daily basis. These programs are literally life-saving. They ensure that those with drug addiction challenges get resources and the help that they need, including clean syringes. Life-saving programs, but we must make sure that we execute them the right way. My bill will help do that by requiring that syringe distributions be conducted at least 50 feet from children's playgrounds and schools, to help ensure that youth syringes do not end up in places where children are at. Youth syringes, as we know, can lead to many challenges, including lack of access to those playgrounds. Even worse, it can lead to a tragedy. My bill will also ensure that disposal containers be provided so that youth syringes can be disposed of in a safe way. This is a very complex issue. These bills are not going to fully resolve the problem, but they are an important step. So I encourage everybody to support them. Thank you so much.
Recognizing Councilmember Morano.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. I wanted to take a moment during general orders to speak about two street co-namings that'll be coming before the council today, both of which mean a great deal to me personally, and even more to the Tottenville community that I represent. I've never spoken during general orders for a street naming before, and I realize on a long meeting where we're setting records for passing legislation, a lot of people may get frustrated with that, but these two are different. And these are the kinds of moments that remind you why public service matters. The first is Chris Walsh. Chris Walsh wasn't really a politician, although he did run for office before. In fact, he ran for my seat. He didn't win. I didn't vote for him. In fact, I managed the campaign for the other guy. But he wasn't looking for recognition. He was someone who quietly devoted decades of his life to Staten Island and to New York City, especially to youth and adult sports on the South Shore. He was a lifelong member of the Department of Sanitation, but for generations, what really made him known and famous to everybody was if you played softball or football in Tottenville, chances are you did so on a field that Chris Walsh cared for. He cut the grass, he fixed the drainage, he lined the fields, he made sure those spaces were safe, dignified, and worthy of the people using them. He built community the old-fashioned way by showing up day after day, and even while battling cancer, he remained generous and encouraging. The second co-naming honors Staff Sergeant William T. Johnson, a native son of Staten Island, whose story deserves to be remembered far beyond our neighborhood. William Johnson graduated from Tottenville High School, served as a New York City police officer, and then answered his nation's call during World War II. As a radio operator and aerial gunner aboard a B-24 bomber with the 8th Air Force, he flew dangerous missions over Europe. And on July 2nd, 1944, his aircraft was shot down over France while returning from a mission targeting German V weapon sites. He's buried at Normandy, was awarded the Purple Heart, and finally, 80 years later, I'm proud that we'll have a street named for him in my district.
Recognizing Councilmember Banks, followed by Salam, then Dinowitz.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. I want to take some time to speak about 5 individuals who exemplify the very best of the 42nd Council District. Who will get the opportunity to have their names adorned in the streets in the East New York community. Starting with Monet K. Perkins, a dedicated entrepreneur and local business owner taking from us far too soon. He was a role model for our youth, proving one can achieve great success while remaining rooted in and giving back to their community. Jimmy O'Farrell, a community legend, a world-renowned boxing trainer. By mentoring thousands of amateur and professional boxers from around the globe, Jimmy provided that world-class greatness is born right here in our district. Virginia Burroughs, a longtime Tenant Association president from Essex Terrace, a fierce leader and dear supporter. Ms. Burroughs moved our community forward through her deep love and tireless advocacy for her neighbors. Karina Grant, a former Community Board 5 member and lifelong champion for affordable housing and our seniors. As a former board member of Community Board 5, her skill in navigating complex community issues and her passion for the most vulnerable taught us how to effectively advocate for progress in our district. And finally, Sandy Bender, a former Tenant Association president at Patrick E. Gordon Houses, a true powerhouse in Brownsville. Sandy worked day and night to ensure his residents, shareholders were always heard, respected, and had a seat at the table. And in closing, I want to thank Speaker Adrienne Adams. I want to thank you for your leadership, for your friendship, and for your unwavering commitment, not only to your district, but to this council and the city of New York. We will miss you. We wish you the very best in your next chapter. We love you, and God bless you. Thank you.
Recognizing Councilmember Salam, followed by Dinowitz, then Majority Whip Brooks Powers.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader, and thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I want to speak about support for 2 legislations before us that reflect how we govern with both care and accountability. First, proposed introduction 1366-A modernizes access to benefits and services through DSS. For children, for older adults, people with disabilities, and caregivers, paper-based systems and mandatory in-person visits can be real barriers. This bill allows applications to be completed and signed online, and expands the option of telephone interviews while preserving paper submissions and in-person reviews when needed. Just as important, it includes clear safeguards. DSS can still require in-person interviews to prevent fraud, to address domestic violence, or to respond to unsafe conditions. This is access with protection built in. Second, proposed introduction 1401-A strengthens transparency in city procurement by allowing agencies to request voluntary labor and human rights disclosures from bidders. Based on European Union's Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, this disclosure helps identify risks like child labor, forced labor, wage theft, and unsafe working conditions, which in most extreme cases can be linked to crimes against humanity, deep within the global supply chains. These disclosures are voluntary and cannot be used to deem a bidder non-responsible and cannot be the sole basis for contract decisions. This is about awareness, not punishment. Together, these bills expand access, they increase transparency, and they protect the city and its residents. I urge my colleagues to vote A, and thank you.
Recognizing Councilmember Dinowitz.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Today we're voting on a bill that answers the question, who are we actually building housing for? For too long, our affordable housing system has measured success almost entirely by the number of units produced without asking whether those units reflect the real needs of New Yorkers. It often seems like HPD wants to build units, but I want to house people. And right now, city-funded housing overwhelmingly prioritizes studios and one-bedroom apartments. In fact, current term sheets encourage developments where as much as 70% of the units fall into those categories. That approach may boost unit counts, but it ignores the lived reality of families across our city. It's families with children and even multi-generational households. The consequences are clear. Families with young children are leaving New York City at alarming rates, and roughly 70% of people in our shelter system are members of homeless families. When we fail to build housing that families can actually live in, we push them out, or worse, push them into crisis. Intro 1433 responds directly to that reality. The bill establishes clear, citywide minimums for family-sized housing and projects that receive city financial assistance. This legislation also strengthens the city's fair housing framework by explicitly requiring consideration of the housing needs of families and aging adults, including the availability and affordability of 2- and 3-bedroom apartments and senior housing. This ensures that equity is not just aspirational, but built into our long-term planning. I want to thank advocates, community leaders, and housing experts who made important recommendations to strengthen this bill. Of course, Adam Staropoli, my legend budget director, Jenna Klaus, my chief of staff, William Vidal, Paris Strauder, and Ann McCoy, and the Speaker, Adrienne Adams, for their support and work on this issue, which we have all been working on for many years. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on Intro 1433A if we want New York City to remain a place where families can stay, grow, and thrive.
Recognizing Majority Whip Brooks Powers, followed by Council Members Brewer, Joseph, and Krishnan.
Thank you. I speak today in support of Introduction 142 and Introduction 1346, two bills that reflect our responsibility as a council to govern with data, equity, and lived experience at the center of our decisions. Intro 142 addresses the digital divide facing our public school students. While we've made progress since the pandemic, too many families still lack reliable internet access or functional devices at home. That reality undermines learning during snow days, emergencies, and hybrid instruction, and it disproportionately impacts low-income communities. This bill requires the Department of Education to regularly report on student access to internet and devices, incorporate parent and guardian feedback, and critically make recommendations to reduce these barriers. It ensures we are not just identifying the problem, but actively working towards solutions. Introduction 1346 focuses on commuter vans, a transportation mode that fills real gaps in our transit network, especially in communities where buses and subways do not meet demand. Despite how heavily these bans are relied upon, the city lacks a comprehensive understanding of where and how they operate. This bill directs the Department of Transportation to conduct a thorough study so future policy decisions improve safety, coordination with public transit and curb management without disrupting a system many New Yorkers depend on. Finally, I'd like to thank Speaker Adams, Chair Joseph, the committee staff of the committees on Education and Transportation and Infrastructure for all of their tireless work in making these important bills possible. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on Intro 142 and Intro 1346 and continue our shared work toward a more equitable and responsive city.
Recognizing Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. I have 4 diverse bills. Intro 570. This is a tax lien reform package, and this bill establishes a New York City land bank to acquire vacant, abandoned, and tax delinquent properties to facilitate development of affordable housing and other productive uses. I want to say that I know that there have been challenges about this bill from the Department of Finance, but I believe that unlike the current tax lien system, where properties go to the highest bidder regardless of intended use, this bill will establish a hierarchical ranking of priorities that I mentioned earlier for the use of real property upon disposal by the land bank. And I don't think that we will be losing revenue as a result. The prompt resolution of unpaid city taxes and timely collection of city taxes remains essential. Intro 1411 is also part of that package. It requires the Department of Finance to notify condo boards if the department intends to sell a tax lien on a unit within the condo. And I want to thank Emery, IDEV, and certainly Nick Connell, and from my staff, the awesome Sam Goldsmith, for their work on this bill. Intro 571 initiates a study on the feasibility of building affordable housing on Ward's Island, assessing factors like cost, restrictions, and potential scale. Thank you, Sierra Townsend. And please tell Lincoln Wrestler that it is not part of Randall's Island. Intro 1460, beginning in 2023, the NYPD began transitioning all department radio communications to encrypted channels, removing all public access to the frequencies. Members of the press objected, as they should, particularly the photographers, arguing that access is vital to the public interest. Intro 1460 restores access for credentialed journalists. Thank you to Jeremy Whiteman and Josh Kingsley, and again, Sam Goldsmith from my office. Thank you.
Recognizing Councilmember Joseph, followed by Krishnan, then Vernikoff.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Today we're talking about Intro 987, a local law establishing a pilot program to distribute educational materials on reducing surplus food in public schools. Second bill is Intro 1359, requiring New York City Public Schools to report annually on manifestation determination reviews for students with disabilities. Transparency in this process is critical, ensuring accountability and equity and protection of students' rights. And the third one is to make sure that NYPD to develop materials for youth to provide to New York City Public Schools. As the chair of the Committee on Education, I work closely with colleagues and my dedicated team to strengthen both educational experiences for our students and the environments which they learn and grow. These bills reflect that ongoing commitment. They expand access to information, promote equity, and center inclusion and compassion for every student and young person in New York City. I'm deeply grateful for my team, Council Central staff, and advocates who work tirelessly to bring these bills across the finish line. Asking for colleagues to support. Thank you.
Recognizing Councilmember Krishnan.
Thank you so much, Majority Leader. I'm proud that our City Council is standing up today against Uber and Lyft. Today is a new day for drivers of our city, some of our most essential workers who keep this city moving. Drivers last night were ending their shifts at 2, 4, or even 6 a.m., but they knew they'd be going to sleep and waking up to the future they deserve. They knew that when the City Council clocked in today, this morning, they would finally, as drivers, have the job protections that they truly deserve, have long deserved. They would finally have notice, just cause, and appeal system if they'd been fired. Today, our New York City Council is standing up against billion-dollar corporations. We are taking back the power from Uber and Lyft and returning it to where it belongs, with drivers. The fact of the matter is, every worker in New York City deserves dignity, the right to notice, an explanation as to why they've been fired, and an opportunity to make their case. But in a matter of seconds right now, Uber and Lyft can strip the livelihood of drivers, most of whom are immigrants and people of color. And most of them, 90% of them, will never be put back on the app. They lose their job permanently. And then they have no way to pay off the $30,000 in car loans they took out to start driving. Soon enough, they won't be able to put food on the dinner table, and their families are devastated. But my bill, Intro 276 with the New York Taxi Workers Alliance, puts an end to these unfair and unjust firings, giving workers notice, just cause, and an appeals process. No longer are Uber and Lyft the judge, jury, and prosecutor in these cases. This is about due process for drivers. I am proud that this council is championing this bill and starting a nationwide movement to end unfair firings of app-based drivers, to hold corporations accountable that are spreading fear about what's happening with this bill, fear about drivers, because that's all they know, because they are afraid of what happens when workers rise up and have power. We are proving once again that this is a council that stands up for workers and is committed to making New York City a city for working families. I want to thank Speaker Adams for her leadership in bringing this bill up for a vote. I want to thank the New York Taxi Workers Alliance. You all inspire me every day. We have fought together, side by side, from a medallion crisis in front of City Hall to right now to end unjust firings. To Executive Director Baidevi Desai, and of course to my staff, Chanel, Victoria, and Hunter, for their work, and to committee staff, Mark Shannon, Theodore Miller, Kevin Kantowski, John Basile, Brad Reed, Audrey Sun, and CJ
Councilmember,
Murray.
your time has
We will
expired.
stand up for workers today. Thank you.
Recognizing Councilmember Vernikoff.
Thank you. Today, this council is voting on Introduction 902B, COPA, which would compel property owners to offer their properties to nonprofits before being able to put it on the market. That means, with some exceptions, property owners would no longer be able to choose how to dispose of their property. This is an unacceptable, state-imposed, and potentially illegal intrusion into our private property rights. It is a stunning example of government overreach and communist agenda that has found its way to New York City, being pushed under the guise of helping the poor and the underprivileged, but in reality only harming them. COPA will not only make housing less affordable, decrease property values, and make it harder to buy and sell property, but it also raises serious constitutional issues, including but not limited to a violation of our due process, an unconstitutional taking, an unconstitutional restriction on commercial speech, an imposition of excessive fines, and much, much more. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this terrible and likely unconstitutional bill. Thank you.
Recognizing Councilmember One, followed by Mealy, the nurse.
Thank you so much, Majority Leader. Today we're voting on my bill, Intro 479A, which strengthens oversight of city contracts valued at $100,000 or more by requiring contractors to identify, certify, and report conflict of interest and serious misconduct. This bill is important given the repeated corruption and procurement scandals that we have witnessed as New Yorkers and as legislators under the current mayoral administration, including high-profile cases of fraud, abuse within our contracting system. These incidents have exposed gaps in our oversight and undermined public trust and put taxpayer dollars at risk at minimum of millions and millions of dollars. Intro 479A closes the gaps by requiring the city procurement officer, in consultation with the Conflict of Interest Board and the Department of Investigation, to establish clear, standardized procedures contractors must use to detect conflict of interest and misconduct involving their employees and subcontractors. Contractors must certify compliance and promptly notify the city if problems arise. This legislation strengthens accountability, protects the integrity of our procurement process, and helps the city contracts serve the public interest, not private gain. This was inspired by countless hearings that many of you have partnered with me on, especially the Parks Department and NYCHA as well, where we had so many contractors that have been flagged for corruption, from wage theft to other embezzlement that have gone through our city's contracting process. So thank you to our senior legislative counsel, Alex Polinoff, policy analyst Alex Yablon, financial analyst Owen Kotowski, for their work on the bill. And when the city passes this bill, I implore all of you to pass this bill, and I look forward to seeing much better procurement in our city so that we're using our taxpayer dollars in the right way. Thank you so much.
Recognizing Councilmember Mealy.
I just would like to ask my colleagues to vote no on 902B, and I concur with my colleague Vertikoff in regards to we should not have the city government telling us who we could purchase or sell our own property to. This, I know, is a violation no matter what way we put this. If you buy your own home, blood, sweat, and tears, and now the city gonna tell you who you could sell your own property to is absurd. And I hope my colleagues understand this. Maybe when years from now, when your children wanna sell their home to their child, they cannot do it. They have to go through HPD or give it to a nonprofit, in which we don't know, half of the nonprofits have violations. They are not good actors anyway. So I just hope my colleagues will vote no on that. And I hope my colleagues will vote no on land use 414, in which is in my district. It has went through 4 council members, from Tracy Borland to myself, to Alika Ampry-Samuel, and now again, Councilmember Darlene Mealy, in which we gave them 40 years before, and now they're asking for 40 years again. And guess what? We gave the money back then. How many of our New Yorkers would love to not to pay taxes for 80 years? Think about that. Just because you know someone in finance or someone that's in the city, that should not be a requisite for you to get free for not paying taxes for 80 years. I hope my members vote no on this Article 414, in which they have not did anything to upgrade this property. Half of it is vacant, and no one knows who's really the owners. And I hope my colleagues think about this. Imagine 80 years with not paying taxes. Anyone.
Thank you, Councilmember.
When normal people
Councilmember,
are
your
losing
time
their
has
homes
already
for
expired.
2 years
You are out of order.
not paying taxes. And we
Councilmember.
giving somebody 80 years. That's absurd.
Sergeants, can
and
you please
criminal.
go mute her mic for, thank you so much. Your time has expired. Now recognizing Councilmember Nurse.
Thank you, Majority Leader. I wasn't going to speak, but there were shots fired, so that's right. So today I'm putting forward bills for homeowners and tenants. The opposition to these bills coming from individuals who have done nothing for homeowners or tenants. My bills, intros 1419 and 1420, we are passing long overdue reforms to the lien sale that get rid of the opaque trust system and bring municipal debt collection back into public hands through a municipal land bank model that balances our budget while protecting homeowners. We're also voting on my bill, intro 1443, to ensure that when we do spend our public dollars, we are building housing and producing homes for low-income families, which everybody in this room agrees are the #1 group leaving this city right now. Today, we're also voting on the Community Opportunity to Purchase Act, a landmark piece of social housing legislation that I inherited in September. COPA will give certified, vetted preservation buyers the first chance to buy buildings that are in physical distress, that are in city enforcement programs for very lengthy periods of time, and that have expiring affordability restrictions. This is creating a program that will protect tenants and preserve permanently affordable homes. I ask all of my colleagues to do their reading before they come to vote on bills. Make sure you know what you're talking about. This bill does not impact homeowners with 5 or less units. Some people wanted that, but we didn't get that. What we have before us is a bill that achieves as much consensus from as many stakeholders as possible, and I urge my colleagues to take a good look, and I ask for your support. Thank you.
Recognizing Councilmember Palladino.
In regard to what we're just talking about now, COPA, how wrong can a person be or a body of a government be when we start to take the individual rights away from the homeowner, whether it's a 2-family house, 3-family house, 4-family house, what does it matter? The fact is the person owns the home. They have the right to sell the home to whomever they please. The idea that we have to consult with the building department and give a 6-month period of time for someone else to make an offer is absolutely outrageous. And to say it's government overreach is 100% true. This is absolutely maniacal. I do not understand how this body works when it comes to individual citizens of this city. This is overreach at its very best. I'm a homeowner, and no one is going to tell me or anybody else I know that's worked so damn hard to own a 3 or a 4-family home that I have to submit the ability to sell my house first to the building department and then offer it up to a non-for-profit when my neighbor across the street may want to buy it. And they have to wait 6 months? Nonsense. This is absolutely ridiculous. And also I want to just add to this hearing today, this meeting today, that it's absolutely ridiculous. And everybody in this room should be terribly embarrassed that we stripped our veterans' bills today from today's hearings. Why? Why? When the men and women of this country deserve better treatment, and our city today that we passed in committee has failed to come through for our veterans, stripped it totally off the record for today. Absolutely ridiculous. Thank you very much, and shameful. Shame, shame on all of you.
Seeing no one else signed up to speak, we're going to move to the agenda. Report of special, apologies, recognizing Deputy Speaker Diana Ayala.
No, thank you so much, and I'm sorry I raised my hand a little bit late. I just wanted to chime in on the whole COPA conversation and kind of share my 2 cents, because I think people are, mistaking what the intent of this bill is. This bill is not intended to take over and to take anybody's property, but there are properties that exist in some of our communities that are already in distress that sometimes the city is already putting into like third-party transfer programs, and someone could come in and they'll bid on it that we don't know, that's not from our community, may not have the best intentions, and so I just want to clarify that in my district, I have a number of nonprofit organizations that had the foresight to acquire a number of buildings that fall into this category many, many years ago. And it was because of that foresight that we were able to avoid a full-on, gentrification wave that came our way many years ago, because those nonprofits have preserved those buildings in perpetuity. So there is a very small universe of buildings that would qualify for this program, but if they did, I, as a resident of my community, would rather that buildings that are being sold that are already in trouble be sold to somebody from the community, a nonprofit from the community that knows, what the ins and outs of that neighborhood, rather than to some speculator that's going to come in and you take those buildings and do God knows what, and there will be little to no accountability. So I want to thank Sandy Nurse for having the bravery to deal with the insults and the accusations and just the nastiness. And since I'm on my way out, I just say we need to do better. We're grown adults in this room. We've all done things that we probably should not do, have said things that we probably should not have said, and a lot of us should be embarrassed and actually sit here with a fresh face like we have nothing to be embarrassed about. This is not one of those cases. Sandy did a fantastic job, and I urge all of my colleagues who actually understood the piece of legislation to support her, because it is not easy to get these things done, and it's a shame that we even have to have this conversation today. Thank you so much.
Recognizing Councilmember Epstein.
I've been privileged to be here for 2 weeks, and I have to say, if you think about the issues that affect working class New Yorkers, today is the day to be proud of. We're talking about helping delivery workers. We are talking about helping ensure that people who are Uber and Lyft drivers get justice. We're talking about creating opportunities for more affordable housing. I really want to applaud my colleagues today, because this is what New York stands for. This is what we're fighting for. This is an opportunity to say to New York that we see you. We know the affordability crisis exists. People talk about it every day. But these are real ways to manage that, to keep people in affordable homes, to fight for working class jobs and fight for our community. That's what I see happening on this agenda, and that's what we should be proud of. And there are going to be naysayers. In every legislative body, there are going to be people who say, you know what, this is not going to have the outcome. Well, the opportunity here is to create those messages. I live in a district that's, I've lived in it for decades, that have been gentrified around me. If we had COPA in place 30 years ago, we could have saved hundreds of buildings from speculators and developers. We have now opportunities to do that with this passage of this legislation. I want to applaud my colleagues for doing that. I also want to respect Councilmember Mealy's concerns about something in her district, in Article 11, that where she's not supportive of something happening in her own district, where the affordability issues are really at question, where they're talking about affordable housing at 120% of AMI with no resale cap for homeowners. This means, as she said, 80 years of no taxes and allowing those homeowners to be able to sell for whatever they want. That is not what the affordability agenda is. I encourage, for her sake and for the sake of New York and affordability, to vote against that. The last thing is, I understand the issues of franchise agreements and extending those. But in a moment in the end of session where there's lots of issues on the table and there's not a lot of transparency, I have deep concerns about moving that issue forward today. I would encourage my colleagues to look at Resolution 1109 and 1157 and encourage them to vote against those resolutions.
Thank you, Councilmember. Seeing no one else signed up to speak, we will move along with the agenda. Report of special committees.
None.
Reports of standing committees.
Report of the Committee on Civil Service and Labor, Intro 910B, City Assisted Housing Development Projects.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Intro 1066A, Automated Employment Decision Tools.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Report of the Committee on Consumer and Worker Protection, Intros 408A, 431B, and 1251A, General and Food Vendors.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Intro 1332A, App-Based Delivery Workers.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Intro 1391A, Security Guard Compensation.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Report of the Committee on Contracts, Intros 479A and 1401A, City Contracts and City Procurement.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Report of the Committee on Economic Development, Intros 1121A and 1149A, Ferry Service.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Report of the Committee on Education, Intro 142A, Student Internet Access.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Intro 987A, Surplus Food in Schools.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Intro 1359A, Manifestation Determination Reviews.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Intro 1360A, Police Department Youth Programs.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Report of the Committee on Environmental Protection, Resiliency, and Waterfronts, Intro 403A, Catch Basins.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Report of the Committee on Finance, Intro 570B, Land Bank.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Intros 1407A, 1411A, 1419A, and 1420A, Tax Liens.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Intro 1427, Coney Island Bid.
Coupled on general orders.
Preconsidered Intro 1503, Mayor's Management Report.
Coupled on general orders.
Preconsidered Reso 1186, Transparency Resolution.
Coupled on general orders.
M207 and Reso 1196, Budget Modification.
Coupled on general orders.
Preconsidered LU 448 and Reso 1197 through Preconsidered LU 455 and Reso 1204. Article 11 items.
Coupled on general orders.
Report of the Committee on Fire and Emergency Management, Intros 1140A and 1229A, Fire Department Reports.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Intros 1452A and 1453A, Firefighting Personal Protective Equipment.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Report of the Committee on General Welfare, Intro 1366A, Web Forms for Services.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Report of the Committee on Governmental Operations, State and Federal Legislation, Intro 472A, Equal Opportunity Training.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Report of the Committee on Housing and Buildings, Intro 571A, Wards Island.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Intro 902B, First Opportunity to Purchase Certain Properties.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Intro 994A, Building Code.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Intro 1120B, Cooperative Apartments.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Intros 1321A and 1422A, Building and Construction Codes.
Amended and coupled on general orders with message of necessity.
Intro 1490B, Energy Code.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Report of the Committee on Immigration, Intro 1412A, Immigration Enforcement Practices.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Report of the Committee on Land Use, Intros 958A, 1433A, and 1443A, Affordable Home Ownership Opportunities.
Coupled on general orders.
Resolutions 1109 and 1156. 447, various franchises.
Coupled on general orders.
LU 414 and Reso 1205, 2149, 2153 Pacific Street.
Coupled on general orders.
LUs 434 through 438 Herkimer Williams.
Approved with modifications and referred to the City Planning Commission pursuant to Section 197 of the New York City Charter.
LU 439 and Reso 1206, 1815 Francis Lewis Boulevard Commercial Overlay.
Coupled on general orders.
LU 447 Ladiv.
Coupled to be filed pursuant to letter of withdrawal.
Report of the Committee on Mental Health, Disabilities, and Addiction, intros 868A and 1169A, Hypodermic Syringes and Needles Services Program.
Coupled on general orders.
Report of the Committee on Parks and Recreation, Preconsidered Intro 1501, Naming of 77 Thoroughfares in Public Places.
Coupled on general orders.
Report of the Committee on Public Safety, Intro 125A, DNA Collection from Minors.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Intro 1237A, Arrest Reporting.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Intro 1451A, Body-worn Camera Footage.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Intro 1460A, Encrypted Police Radios.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Report of the Committee on Sanitation and Solid Waste Management, Intro 1279B, Supplemental Sanitation Service Providers.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Report of the Committee on Small Business, Intro 1350A, Small Business Loan Readiness.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Report of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, Intros 276A and 1000A, for-hire vehicles.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Intro 1233A, Median Management.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Intro 1346A, Commuter Vans.
Amended and coupled on general orders.
Report of the Committee on Veterans, Intros 465 through Intro 1171, various bills.
Referred to Finance pursuant to Rule 9.10.
Resolutions 18, 311, and 465.
Laid over.
General Orders Calendar, LU 426 and Reso 1207 through LU 438 and Reso 1213, various applications.
Coupled on general orders.
Resolution appointing various persons, Commissioner of Deeds.
Coupled on general orders. I now ask that the clerk take a roll call vote on all of the items coupled on today's general orders calendar.
Thank you. Osei.
I vote aye on all except for Intro 868, in which I'm a no.
Thank you. Kaban.
I have to say no, but I'm saying no on all three of them here, or not including the language.
Aye, thank you. I vote aye on all with the exception of intros 868A and 1433, on which I vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Wrestler.
I vote aye on all with the exception of Resolution 1109, and I just want to thank the Speaker for being an extraordinary leader, and somebody left lipstick on my desk. Thank you.
Yes, you're voting, aye on all except for blah, blah, blah.
That's the franchise agreement.
Thank you. Abreu.
I vote aye.
Aviles.
I vote aye.
Ayala.
I vote aye.
Banks.
Aye on all except I voted abstention on LU 414, Resolution 1205.
Thank you. Botcher.
Abstain on 1433 and 1443, and aye on the rest.
Get this abstain.
Thank you. Brennan.
Aye.
Brewer.
I'm voting aye on all. I will say regarding the COPA bill, which I respect all the calls I have received, but I do believe that it is a small number of buildings that will be impacted, and I think we'll have the chance, if that is not the case, to make revisions, and there'll certainly be regulations and rules promulgated by the agencies. So I vote aye on all except 414-1205. Vote no.
Just a friendly reminder to members to please give your disclosures prior to your vote.
I'm sorry, I Teacher CUNY, sorry.
Thank you. Brooks Powers.
Permission to explain my vote.
Permission granted.
I'm disclosing on the record of the council proceedings that the Ed School of the Arts is funded in the transparency resolution we are adopting today, and my child is associated with this entity. With that, I vote aye.
Thank you. Carr. De La Rosa.
Permission to explain my vote.
Permission granted.
Thank you. It's been an honor to serve as the labor chair in this council under the leadership of our history-making speaker, Adrienne Adams. Together, we have uplifted working people across our city, and today we continue to make history as we finally pass the Construction Justice Act. Many New Yorkers who build affordable housing cannot afford to live in it. And today, we are delivering for those workers a bill that will give them a combined minimum wage and an essential benefits package of at least $40 an hour, with no less than $25 of this package being in wages, as well as a local hire component and a plan so that New York City residents benefit the most. As we move towards a new era in New York City with ambitious housing goals, we must center the dignity and care of the workers who help us achieve them. I want to take a moment to thank the staff, Speaker Adams' team, the drafters, the legislative team, and my own staff who has worked tirelessly to get us here, most especially the coalition that brought us to this day. I want to thank the laborers, Local 79, and specifically the team led by Dave Bolger, Chris Kohler, Anthony Vita, Justice Favor, Carla Cruz, Ari Espinal, and Una Adams, who are here. Thank you and congratulations. I vote aye on all.
Thank you. Aviles.
I'd like to disclose for the record, my daughter is a student in New York City Public Schools.
Thank you. Marte.
I vote aye on all except LU 414 and Reso 1205.
Thank you. Dinowitz.
Permission to explain a vote.
Permission granted.
Thank you. I just want to take a moment to thank two legislators here, Majority Leader Farias on 1120, who was really trying to address an issue that exists in some co-ops and really took the time to listen to members of my community to really tailor the bill to weed out the bad actors and not really impact most of the co-op boards, most every co-op board, especially in my district, that are doing the right thing and just trying to be good volunteers, because that's what they are, volunteers. So I want to thank her for taking all the time and energy and input into this bill. I'm obviously voting yes. And also Councilmember Sanchez, who took, I don't know, like a million years, I think, to really get all sides of the vendor debate and really listen to everyone, again, including people in my community that married rights for our vendors, expansion of vendors, while including critical enforcement mechanisms in the bill. So I just wanted to thank the two of you publicly. And with that, I'm going to vote aye on all, except I'm going to abstain on 902 and 1451. Thank you.
Epstein.
Yep, going to vote no on Reso 1109, 1157, and Land Use 414 slash Reso 1205. Yes on everything else.
Thank you. Felder.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I want to apologize to my colleagues. I have a long list. I'm aye on everything. Are you ready? Yeah. I'm on a no. Do you want the sheet of paper, or do you want?
You can bring it up afterwards.
Huh? I have to say it? Okay.
Yes, yes, Councilmember, thank you.
Okay, no problem.
We have a team of 3. We're good.
Okay. I'm a no on 1451, 1443, 1000, 1401, 902, 431, 1251, 1460. These are the lotto numbers, by the way. 1332, 1412, LU 414, 276, 1109, and I abstain on 1501.
Thank you. One moment. Feliz.
I vote aye on all with a minor exception. LU 414-2025 in Councilmember Mealy's district. Vote no on that one. Lots of good bills today, bills that we should be proud of, a bill to protect our taxi drivers, a bill to make sure we're building larger apartments because New York City is a city of families. We need to make sure we're building housing for them, not just closet-sized studios, and many other bills that we should all be proud of. So aye or no, except 414-2025.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Just one moment. Gennaro.
Yes, I vote aye on all with the exception of 902B and 1412A, on which I vote no. And I'd ask for just a little bit of latitude for me to be able to give my heartfelt thanks to Speaker Adams and my colleagues who are graduating the council for New Horizons. It has been most rewarding to serve with you and most enriching to share your camaraderie. I wish you every success and blessing. Vaya con Dios.
Gutierrez.
I vote aye on all except 868, for which I am abstaining, and congrats to all the Progressive Caucus members who passed bills today.
Thank you, Councilman. Hanif.
Aye on all.
Hanks. Councilmember Brewer?
I just want to change to Resolution 1109 is a no. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Holden?
Aye on all except, and here's a list, Intro 1443, LU 414, Intro 570, Intro 1407, Intro 1420, Reso 1186, Intro 1000A, Intro 1401, Intro 902B, Intro 994A, Intro 1451, Intro 1412, Intro 1391, Intro 431, Intro 1251, Intro 1332, Intro 1233, of which I vote no. I think I beat you on that one.
I don't
Right?
mind.
All right.
Thank you.
I don't mind.
I beat you on that.
Hudson?
Yeah, but you didn't abstain on anything.
No, I don't like to do
Permission to explain my vote.
Permission granted.
Thank you. I'd like to congratulate all of my colleagues who've passed legislation today, and I'd like to thank everyone in Central staff for making a day like today happen. And I'd like to especially shout out Council members Pirina Sanchez, Lincoln Ressler, Carmen De La Rosa, and Sandy Nurse for weathering so many storms in order to move consequential legislation such as the Street Vendor Reform Package, the Cooling for All Bill, the Community Justice Act, and the Community Opportunity to Purchase Act. Each of you, as well as your indefatigable teams, it's late, listened to feedback, made amendments to address concerns, and put up with misinformation being spread about common sense bills that will have a positive impact on so many lives. I'm proud to call you all colleagues, and to Councilmember Nurse, who has even had individuals come to her private home to protest the COPA legislation, I say, good, Sandy, good. I proudly vote aye on all, and I'd like to disclose on the record that I'm a member of the Brooklyn Botanic Garden, which is being funded in today's transparency resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Feliz?
Thank you. Just want to change my vote to an aye on everything on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Joseph?
Aye on everything except I abstain on Reso 1109 and Reso 1157. I abstain on both.
Thank you. Krishnan?
First, I want to disclose that we are funding the New York City public school system, and both my children are students in New York City public schools. I'd like to abstain on intros 1433 and 1443. Vote no on intro 1120, and I vote yes on everything else with an enthusiastic yes for intro 276 to end the unfair deactivation of drivers. Driver power, union power.
Lee?
Permission to explain my vote.
Permission granted.
Just like to disclose for the record that both my children attend public schools, which is being funded or having money taken away on this transparency reso. Aye on all, with the exception of intro 1451, which I abstain, and no on LU 414 and accompanying reso 1205. And I just wanted to say today is a very proud day for our immigrant communities. Congratulations to the deliveristas, the vendors, our taxi workers. I know this fight has been going on for many, 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 many years, and kudos, congratulations to all my colleagues that have passed these bills, and congrats, Sandy Nurse, for your bill and for fending off a lot of the misinformation, so thank you.
Recognizing Councilmember Joseph for her disclosure.
Thank you. I'd like to disclose on the record that my child is a student in the New York City Public Schools that's being funded in this transparency reso. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Thank you. Thank you. Lewis.
Permission to explain my vote?
Permission granted.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. I would like to congratulate Councilmember Nurse for working diligently and responsibly on Intro 902 after inheriting this bill, and I sincerely appreciate her and her staff that took the time to listen to wide-ranging feedback and implementing that feedback into the language of the bill. While I cannot support 902 today due to primary concerns with the scope, which we've discussed, I hope concerns can be fleshed out during the rulemaking process. I would also like to disclose for the record that MTA is being funded and my brother's associated with this entity. I vote aye on all and would like to abstain from 902 and vote no on LU 414.
Thank you. Marmorato.
I'd like to disclose for the record that my husband works for the Board of Elections. And Councilmember Holden, I think I have you beat on this one. So I'd like to vote aye on all with the exception of Intro 1443, LU 414, Intro 570, Intro 1407, Intro 1420, Reso 1186, Intro 1000A, Intro 1401, Intro 902B, Intro 994A, Intro 125A, Intro 1451, Intro 1460, Intro 1412, Intro 1391, Intro 431, Intro 1251, Intro 1332, and Intro 1233A. I vote no.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Gennaro.
Thank you. I just want to amend my vote. I had previously voted on yes on Intro 1451. Now I am voting no on Intro 1451. I had it written down, but I left it out. And
Thank you,
so
Council.
1451, that's a no.
Thank you. One moment. Mealy.
Pass.
Thank you. Menon.
Permission to explain my vote?
Permission granted.
First of all, I want to thank my colleagues. We have some tremendous bills that we are voting on today, and particularly on the worker protection angle. I just want to say, since we as a city cannot have a city Department of Labor because we are preempted by the state, it's incumbent upon this city council to do really strong, robust worker protection, and that's exactly what we're doing today. I particularly want to congratulate and thank on street vending Councilmember Sanchez, who had a very big idea and had to contend with a lot of stakeholders, and she really listened. And I know moving forward in the next iteration of the council, we'll focus on the enforcement piece. And I want to congratulate Councilmember Krishnan, who also had a very difficult bill, listening to a lot of stakeholders. And so there's some fantastic bills that we are voting on today, and just want to congratulate everyone. I'm voting aye on all, with the exception of Intro 902B and 1451, for which I abstain. Thank you.
Thank you. Morano.
Permission to explain my vote?
Permission granted.
Madam Majority Leader, I want to be very clear at the outset in discussing 902B that everyone in this chamber, irrespective of party, agrees that New Yorkers deserve safe, affordable housing and that predatory behavior by bad landlords should be stopped. Where I think we disagree is on whether this bill actually accomplishes that goal. COPA is being sold as a tenant protection measure when in reality it is a sweeping change to property rights that will make housing harder to finance, harder to maintain, and ultimately harder to afford. This bill doesn't just regulate bad actors, it rewrites the rules for every owner of a covered building by inserting the city into private property transactions. It delays sales for months, injects uncertainty in the market, and sends a clear message to lenders and buyers: New York City is a risky place to invest. And that matters because when capital dries up, buildings don't get repaired. When buildings don't get repaired, tenants suffer. COPA assumes that nonprofit purchasers will magically have the resources to buy, rehabilitate, and manage these buildings, but the bill doesn't provide guaranteed funding, staffing, or capacity to do that at scale. So what happens instead? Sales stall, owners walk away, properties deteriorate, and the very tenants this bill claims to protect are left living in worse conditions. There's also a fundamental fairness issue here. We're telling small and mid-sized property owners, many of them family owners, many of them immigrants, many of them working class, that when they want to sell, they no longer control that decision on equal terms. That's not progressive, that's punitive. If this bill worked as advertised, we'd already see examples of it solving the housing crisis elsewhere. Instead, cities that have tried similar approaches have seen fewer transactions, less investment, and more blight. Affordable housing is created by fixing broken buildings, enforcing existing laws, and encouraging responsible ownership, not by freezing the market and hoping government can manage thousands of properties better than the private sector. So for those reasons, I'm voting aye on all, with the exception of 902B, Intro 1443, LU 414 and accompanying Resolution 1205, Intro 570, Intro 1407, Intro 1420, Reso 1186, Intro 276A, Intro 1000A, Intro 1401, Intro 902B, well, sorry to repeat that, Intro 994A, Intro 125A, Intro 1451, Intro 1460, Intro 1412, Intro 1391, Intro 431, Intro 1251, Intro 1332, and finally Intro 472.
Thank you, Councilman. Oh, man. Moya.
I vote aye on all with the exception of 902A, and I abstain on 276A. Thank you.
My apologies, Councilmember. I have to ask you to repeat that.
Yes, I vote aye on all with the exception of I vote no on 902A, and I'm abstaining on 276A.
Thank you. Narcisse.
Permission to explain my vote.
Permission granted.
I want to say congratulations to all those that work so hard for the tenants. I understand the needs for protecting the tenants. Today, I want to ask, who is looking out for the small property owner in this city? Today, the hardest things for me, I was crying because I could not say anything to meet the advocates, the homeowners. They were hopeful and they believed that we were going to do something for them. What is the something? Dr. King said, never a wrong time to do the right thing, but little that I know. in this place, somewhere else, not in this place here. The fake, the flaky, the external forces, misinformation, prevent the bill from 948B or always to D.
Councilmember,
amended.
we're speaking on
Not
bills that are
able-
on the general order calendar. If you would
That
like to
bill's
move.
supposed to be here, it's not here.
It is not on the calendar, so
So-
you are not allowed to speak on that bill. If you would like to speak, you can speak on the bills that are being voted on today, and I can move you to general discussion to speak on a bill that's not on the general order calendar.
Is that civil disobedience sometimes acceptable in here?
This-
Because this is my civil
This is
disobedience.
about being in order.
I want to stay in
And
order.
so would you like to speak on bills that are on the general order calendar, or
All
would
right,
you like to
coming-
speak in general discussion?
I'll do that, but
Thank
I
you.
want to know who's watching, who's looking over for
Please-
the small
please
property.
state
Okay,
your votes.
I will.
Thank
in
you.
all due respect, I'll do that. So now on the vote for today, I have an excellent woman that worked for our community, that invested a lot of time, and that called Terry Cadet. She served with passion, compassion, fairness, and hold folks accountable. So for that, I want to say I'm so proud to be part to vote today for Terry Cadet. So to say that you can have a street named after yourself because you are committed to the cause of the city. Hold people accountable at all times, even when it's inconvenient. I'm going to abstain on 296A, 902B, LU 414, Reso 1205. And I want to disclose that my hubby worked for NYU. And thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm angry and disturbed by the folks, and I did not know what to say and what took place among ourselves. So thank you, and I excuse myself. I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilman. Nurse.
Permission to explain my vote?
Permission granted.
I just wanted to take an opportunity to clarify, since there has been clearly some lack of reading, what this bill is and what this bill isn't. We took a bill that was introduced 5 years ago that covered 70% of all New York City buildings, 3 units and above, and that was going to be subject to an 18-month timeline. And at that point of that bill, there were over 30 people in this body sponsoring it. We took that bill, and in less than 3 months, we brought it down to an extremely targeted universe of properties that we already spend a lot of time and money on trying to make safer buildings. These are in-enforcement programs. This is not the Olympics. You do not want to get into these programs, and to get into these programs takes a lot of effort and advocacy from us as members who are constantly calling down to the city saying, why are you not protecting these tenants, and why are you not working to keep them safe? We do emergency repairs in them. We have free housing legal services that we're paying for people to be in and out of court because we have irresponsible property managers who maybe bit off more than they could chew. They are underwater and they are not taking care of their buildings. We are already putting a ton of money into these buildings. We are creating a small chance, just a tiny chance, that instead of that building being sold to some company with people and investors from all over the world that we have no relationship to and we have no relationship of accountability to, that maybe, just maybe, we get an opportunity for nonprofits that we trust, that we fund, that we have a relationship with, that we are holding accountable all the time. That's what we've been doing for the last 4 years, that maybe they can have an opportunity to purchase it, fix it up, make it better, and make it safe for those tenants. Thank you, Majority Leader. Sorry, I vote aye on all.
Thank you, Councilman. Palladino.
Just in regard, I'm going to give you my vote in 1 second. I just want to say, does anybody think about NYCHA and the tenants that live in NYCHA and what we should do to already city-owned buildings that are falling apart and dilapidated, and these people are living without kitchens, without heat and everything else? I think we should reapproach this idea that you have and point it in the right direction. The city-owned properties that should be maintained and are not, instead of going after the private homeowner, building owner, and such. Okay, let me go forward with my vote. I vote aye on all except for intro 1443, LU 414, intro 570, intro 1407, intro 1420, reso 1186, intro 276A, intro 1000A, intro 1401, intro 902B, intro 994A, intro 125A, intro 1451, intro 1460, intro 1412, intro 1391, intro 1431, intro 1251, intro 1332, intro 1233, and like I said, aye on all the rest, and that's about it for today.
Thank you. Powers.
Thank you. I'm voting aye on all, and I'm standing on 902B. I just want to congratulate everyone on their fantastic bills and lots of hard work to get here. And that is it. Thanks.
Thank you. One moment. Councilmember Joseph.
Voting aye on 1109. Changing my vote to yes.
Thank you. Riley.
Permission to explain my vote.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Today marks a meaningful moment as we close out this year's final stated meeting led by Madam Speaker herself, Speaker Adrienne Adams. It has been an honor to serve alongside you and support your leadership. You made history as the first African-American Speaker of this Council, but what we'll endure is how you led with steadiness, clarity, and purpose under your leadership. This council became the most diverse and woman majority body, and the men that get it, in our city's history, and you assured that equity was not just actionable, but something attainable. On a personal level, I am grateful for our shared work from the coalition building during my time as co-chair of the Black, Latino, Asian Caucus, to your leadership in advancing diversity within the FDNY, and our collaboration to secure capital investments for schools, playgrounds, and libraries in District 12. I also want to take this time to recognize my colleagues that are leaving, Councilmember Moyer, Councilmember Holden, my brothers, Councilmember Brandon and Councilmember Powers. I also want to recognize and include the Bronx members leading Deputy Speaker Diana Ayala and Land Use Chair Rafael Salamanca Jr., whose leadership and service has strengthened this council and left a lasting impact not only in our city, but the borough we call the Bronx. On behalf of the 12th District and New Yorkers across the city, I want to thank Madam Speaker and thank her staff as they depart, and thank you for all your service and dedication. And with that being said, I vote aye on all with the exception of 902B and 994A, which I abstain. Thank you. And just want to state for the record, we're funding New York City Public Schools, and my babies are associated with that entity.
Thank you, Councilmember. One moment. Salam.
I'm an aye on all except LU 414 and the company resolution 1205, of which I abstain.
Thank you. Salamanca.
I vote aye on all, but I abstain on 902B. Thank you.
Councilmember, your disclosure.
Thank you. I want to disclose on the record that we are approving this budget funding for the New York City Parks Department, in which my wife is associated with that institution. We're also adding funding for Gotham Health, in which my wife is associated with that institution, and funding for the Castle Hill Little League, in which my son is a member of that institution. Thank you.
Thank you. Sanchez.
I'd like to disclose upon the record that my sibling is associated with CUNY, and I just want to take a moment to thank the Speaker for your leadership, the incredible fights that you've fought with this council, the places you put your name on the line, and the people that you are uplifting today and throughout all of your days as Council Speaker. Thank you for your leadership. And I want to congratulate our advocates who have fought so hard, especially the Street Vendor Project. And we'll miss you, colleagues who are moving on from the council. And with that, I vote aye on all.
Thank you. Schulman.
Permission to explain my vote?
Permission granted.
So I want to congratulate and say goodbye to my colleagues who are leaving and say you're going to be missed. I also want to say in terms of Sandy Nurse, both Sandy Nurse and Pirina Sanchez, that they worked with me throughout the process, and Sandy made major concessions that I asked for, so I'm happy to vote yes on everything with the exception of intro 1451, on which I abstain. Thank you.
Thank you. Stevens.
Permission to explain my vote?
Permission granted.
It's been an honor of my life to serve in this council under the leadership of our first Black Speaker, Adrienne Adams, alongside my incredible mentor, Diane Ayala. Thank you to all the outgoing members who have been here to support me, give me guidance, and really show leadership during your time. I will carry all the jewels you shared with me on this journey in my final term. And with that, before I vote, I also want to give a special shout out to Sandy, who has been really showing leadership and standing up to everyone who kept having lies and saying things that were not true about her bill. Continue to fight. Thank you for showing us what it looks like to lead with courage, leadership, and integrity. Also to Pi, who even convinced me to get on her vendor bill. We appreciate all the hard work that you guys continue to do. And with that, I vote aye on all.
Thank you. Ong.
Permission to explain my vote?
Permission granted.
Thank you. I'm voting no today on Intro 431B. I appreciate all the work by Councilmember Sanchez and the conversations we've had about this issue. Throughout my time in the City Council, I made addressing unlicensed and illegal street vending a top priority. In neighborhoods like downtown Flushing, our sidewalks are severely congested. When unregulated vending proliferates, it creates real safety hazards for seniors, families, and those with mobility challenges who are just trying to walk to the supermarket or to the subway station. It generates mounds of garbage, putting a huge strain on our local bid who is left cleaning and piling up boxes left by vendors, and puts our small business owners who pay the bid fees for these supplemental sanitation services at an unfair disadvantage. I understand the rationale in Intro 431B, that by expanding access to licenses, vendors will have incentive to follow the rules, and that increased enforcement and higher penalties will deter illegal activities. However, in my own district, which has a strict no vending policy, we have seen that even with significant increased enforcement, illegal vending continues unabated. Expanding the total number of licenses does not address the fundamental issues of how to manage persistent unlicensed vending. My vote is not a rejection of the concerns that this bill seeks to address, nor is it the need to create pathways for vendors to participate in the regulated system. Rather, I'm concerned that moving forward with this bill without coupling it with a more comprehensive strategy risk closing the door on the need to meaningfully address the unlicensed vending. I worry that passage might allow us to believe we have solved the problem. Hope today is not the end of this conversation, but the beginning. We must continue working together with our partners in government to find long-term sustainable solutions that protect public safety and supports lawful commerce and ensure fairness for all. I also abstain on Intro 1451 and aye on the rest. And before I finish, I want to thank Speaker Adams for her fearless leadership for the last 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Vernikov.
Aye on all except no on Intro 1443, LU 414, Intro 570, Intro 1407, Intro 1420, Reso 1186, Intro 276A, Intro 1000A, Intro 1401, Intro 902B, Intro 994A, Intro 125A, Intro 1451, Intro 1460, Intro 1412, Intro 1391, Intro 431, Intro 1251, and Intro 1332.
Thank you. Okay, that's where she. Williams.
Permission to explain my vote?
Permission granted.
Thank you. While many of the bills that we are voting on today are imperfect, as many typically are, I think it's just a part of the legislative process, I do know that the spirit and intent of all the bills are perfect. And so with that, I vote aye on all.
Thank you. One.
I vote aye on all.
Thank you. Zhuang. Mealy.
Could I explain my vote? I just want everyone to think, and I want to thank all my colleagues who did vote with members' preference. At least we know what we're here for. And we have to think about with COPA, the same sponsor just said that we sponsor these same nonprofits, and these same nonprofits will be buying up small homeowners' buildings. I don't understand how no one is paying attention to that, but please pay attention to that also. How do we know some of these same nonprofits have a lot of violations? We don't know how long, if people can really opt out, or if they do pay their bill in the next year, could they reclaim their property? These questions haven't been asked. And with that, I vote yes on intro 571A, intro 86A, intro 1121A, intro 1140A, intro 1229A, intro 1411A, intro 1433, and no, I abstain from everything else.
Thank you.
And Merry Christmas.
Can we please get quiet in the chambers?
Ariola.
Permission to explain my vote?
Permission granted.
First, I'd like to disclose that my son works for the DSNY, which is on the transparency resolution, and he is also has an anniversary of 10 years with the DSNY today and received a plaque for his exemplary service. So congratulations, Matthew. I'm proud of you. I'd also like to thank my colleagues for voting in the affirmative for the package of bills to protect our first responders and our New Yorkers, especially Intro 1229, which was legislation prompted in honor of 24-year-old Nicholas Costello, who lost his life waiting for an ambulance for 19 minutes. I want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues Vernikov, Morano, and Palladino on Intro 902B, COPA, but also want to add that this legislation is legally dubious at best and likely is a substantial infringement on the private property rights, including the right to dispose, the right to select counterparts, the right to determine timing and terms. This bill may not be constitutional, and it may also conflict with the provisions of the federal banking law, federal tax law, common law restraints on alienation, and uniform commercial code. Additionally, I am disappointed that our veterans' bills did not get the services, our veterans did not get the services they desperately needed by the package of bills that advanced, because they were referred to finance instead of being passed as today stated. The bills would have made a difference in the lives of our heroes and helped get veterans in need off the streets and into stable long-term housing. I'm committed to making sure that these bills pass in the next legislative session. With that, I would vote no on Intro 1443, LU 414, Intro 570, Intro 1407, Intro 1420, Reso 1186, Intro 276A, Intro 1000A, Intro 1401, Intro 902B, Intro 994A, Intro 125A, Intro 1451, Intro 1460, Intro 1412, Intro 1391, Intro 431, Intro 1251, Intro 1332, and Intro 1233, which is beautifying medians for bicycle lanes that are on center malls. And the reason for my no vote on this is that I have them in my district, and they become places where people put garbage, and it's very difficult to get the DOT or the Parks Department and DSNY to clean those center malls. Also, I'm voting no on the reso I brought up. Okay. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you. Farias.
I vote aye on all with the exception of Introduction 276A, in which I vote no, and I've already expressed my reasonings in the committee. Lastly, I just want to congratulate my colleagues on their bills today, and particularly the Street Vendor Coalition, and a big thank you to all the folks that worked with me on the 5 bills that I'm passing.
Speaker Adams.
Aye on all.
Thank you.
Just a reminder, as we are tallying votes, there should be silence in the chambers. And a friendly reminder to my colleagues that we have 6 resolutions that we must vote on after this. Thank you. All items on today's general order calendar are adopted by a vote of 48 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, with the exceptions of Introduction 431B, which was adopted by a vote of 39 in the affirmative, 9 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, and Introduction 570B, which was adopted by a vote of 41 in the affirmative, 7 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, and Introduction 902B, which was adopted by a vote of 30 in the affirmative, 10 in the negative, and 8 abstentions, and Introduction 994A, which was adopted by a vote of 40 in the affirmative, 7 in the negative, and 1 abstention, and Introduction 1000A, which was adopted by a vote of 40 in the affirmative, 8 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, and Introduction 1401A, which was adopted by a vote of 40 in the affirmative, 8 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, and Introduction 1407A, which was adopted by a vote of 41 in the affirmative, 7 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, and Introduction 1412A, which was adopted by a vote of 39 in the affirmative, 9 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, and Intro 1420A, which was adopted by a vote of 41 in the affirmative, 7 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, and Intro 1443A, which was adopted by a vote of 37 in the affirmative, 9 in the negative, and 2 abstentions, and Introduction 1451A, which was adopted by a vote of 34 in the affirmative, 9 in the negative, and 5 abstentions, and Resolution 1186, which was adopted by a vote of 41 in the affirmative, 7 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, and LU 414 and Resolution 1205, which were adopted by a vote of 32 in the affirmative, 13 in the negative, and 3 abstentions, and Intro 1233A, which was adopted by a vote of 43 in the affirmative, 5 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, and Introduction 1251A, which was adopted by a vote of 40 in the affirmative, 8 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, and Intro 1332A, which was adopted by a vote of 40 in the affirmative, 8 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, and Intro 1391A, which was adopted by a vote of 41 in the affirmative, 7 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, and Intro 868A, which was adopted by a vote of 44 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 1 abstention, and Resolution 1109, which was adopted by a vote of 44 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, and Introduction 1433A, which was adopted by a vote of 46 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 2 abstentions, and Resolution 1157, which was adopted by a vote of 47 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, and Introduction 125A, which was adopted by a vote of 42 in the affirmative, 6 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, and Introduction 276A, which was adopted by a vote of 40 in the affirmative, 7 in the negative, and 1 abstention, and Intro 472A, which was adopted by a vote of 46 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, and Intro 1120B, which was adopted by a vote of 46 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, and Intro 1460A, which was adopted by a vote of 42 in the affirmative, 6 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, and Intros 142A, 403A, 408A, 479A, 910B, 958A, 987A, 1066A, 1149A, 1169A, 1229A, 1237A, 1279A, 1321A, 1346A, 1350A, and 1359A, 1360A, 1366A, 1419A, 1422A, 1427A, 1452A, 1453A, 1490B, and 1503, which all were adopted by a vote of 47 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, and Intro 1501, which was adopted by a vote of 46 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, and 1 abstention, and M207 and Reso 1196, which were adopted by a vote of 47 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, and LUs 426, 427, 434, 435, 436, 437, 438, 439, 447, and 448 through 455, with their accompanying resolutions, were adopted by a vote of 47 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, and 0 abstentions. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. And with that, all items on the calendar have passed. We're going to move through the agenda of introduction and reading of bills.
All bills have been referred to committee as indicated on today's agenda.
Thank you, Speaker. We will now move into the discussion of resolutions, and I'd like to recognize Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. I have two resolutions to discuss. One is Resolution 734. It's been a very challenging year in the state prisons. This resolution calls on Governor Hochul to sign the Prison Reform Omnibus Bill, which would strengthen independent monitoring and oversight. I want to thank Natalie Meltzer and again Sam Goldsmith from my office. This has a lot to do with Mr. Brooks being killed by the guards at a particular prison, and I hope that it passes and is signed by the governor. Resolution 649, this resolution calls on the federal government to save the historic transatlantic passenger ship known as the SS United States. The ocean liner is slated to be sunk off the coast of Florida as part of a planned artificial reef. It is still has the record of going to Europe faster than any other ocean liner. It's as long as the Chrysler Building. It is in Alabama, but we would love to have it back on the Brooklyn waterfront where it started in 1951. Thank you, Dirk Spencer.
Seeing no one else signed up to speak, we will now have a voice vote on today's resolutions. If you wish to vote against or abstain from any of today's resolutions, please notify the Legislative Documents Unit by email or by approaching the dais. I'll now read today's resolutions into the record. Please quiet in the chambers. Resolution 82A supports the mission and growth of the Climate Museum. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Any abstentions? The ayes have it. Resolution 499 calls on the United States Congress to pass and the President to sign the Protecting Consumers from Deceptive AI Act. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Any abstentions? The ayes have it. Resolution 500 calls on the New York State Legislature to introduce and pass and the governor to sign legislation entitled the New York State College Safety Act to require that all campuses of the State University of New York and the City University of New York permit autoimmune and immunocompromised students and faculty to learn and teach via remote instruction in as many courses as feasible whenever students or faculty are dealing with an unpredictable or temporarily debilitating impact of their condition. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. Any abstentions? The ayes have it. Resolution 649A calls on the United States Congress to pass and the President to sign legislation allocating funds for the restoration of the SS United States and for its relocation to the city of New York. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. Any abstentions? The ayes have it. Resolution 734A calls on the governor to sign Senate Bill 8415 and Assembly Bill 8871, known as the Prison Reform Omnibus Bill. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. Any abstentions? The ayes have it. Resolution 842 recognizes the month of March annually as Music in Our Schools Month in the city of New York. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. Any abstentions? The ayes have it. Resolution 1061A calls on the New York State Legislature to pass and the governor to sign legislation requiring pain management options to be offered to patients undergoing in-office gynecological procedures. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. Any abstentions? The ayes have it. Pre-considered Resolution 1194 celebrates the New York Knicks in a spectacular win of the 2025 Emirates NBA Cup Championship. Let's go Knicks. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. Any abstentions? The ayes have it. We will now move into general discussion, and I'd like to first recognize Councilmember Salamanca.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Since joining the New York City Council almost 10 years ago, actually 9 years and 10 months, it has been one of my greatest honors of my life. When I stepped into this role, I made a promise to fight for the community that raised me, to make the South Bronx and New York City a stronger, healthier, and safer and more equitable for every family who calls it home. And over the years, we've done exactly that, doing the work together. Together, we expanded affordable housing across the district and throughout all New York City. We invested in schools, such as the schools that I grew up in, attending, and giving our students the tools, technology, and classrooms that they need. And I'm proud to say that I was able to do that with an investment of over $50 million in my schools. We rebuilt the parks and playgrounds that shaped my childhood and that of my son, Aiden, who now enjoys them, creating beautiful, safe spaces for the next generations to play and grow. And I'm proud to say that I was able to invest another $50 million in capital dollars to my playgrounds, and I'm proud to say that 90% of all my playgrounds in my district have been redeveloped. We confronted COVID together, and we also confronted the health disparities that have impacted our borough and the city for far too long, working to close gaps in care and bringing better healthcare options to our community. And year after year, we fought for food insecurities with compassion, making sure our neighbors had access to fresh, healthy food when they needed it most. Now, I'm asked often, what are you most proud of in your tenure in the New York City Council? And I can say that I'm extremely proud of some of the bills that I was able to pass, such as the 15% homeless set-aside, which many said we could not do it even in our own legislative department, but we got it done. And I'm proud to say that I was part of closing 2 jails in my district alone, a juvenile detention center called Spofford, which we transformed into over 1,000 units of housing. And just recently, we were able to close the floating jail in the Hunts Point community, and I was able to see it bars out of our communities. Now, none of this would have been possible without the support, trust, and resilience of my community, or without the love and strength of my family, who stood side by side with me in every step of the way. But of course, most importantly, like we have a team. And I would like to thank, with deep respect, my team, Team Salamanca. I need to thank my Chief of Staff, Shanna. I need to thank Brian Haiti, who's my Deputy Chief of Staff, Legislative Director, Budget Director, and he is my face here in City Hall. Saranya, Maritza, Saida, Leila, Angel, Freddie, and Cristobal, a group of dedicated, hardworking individuals who poured their hearts into serving this district. Your commitments made every accomplishment possible, and I'm endlessly proud of the work we have done together. And then finally, I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, for number 1, allowing me to be part of your leadership, and number 2, for reappointing me as your land use chair, something that I'm extremely proud of and a position that I've served in the last 8 years. I want to thank your Chief of Staff, Jeremy and Faiza. I want to thank the land use team, Paris and your team. And I want to thank the Sergeant at Arms for always keeping us safe and protected, Carl and your team. I want to thank Will and your team, your photographer team, who make us always look good, even on our bad days. I want to thank the finance team for standing with us and ensuring that we understand the budget. And I was proud to say that I was part of the budget negotiating team for the last 8 years. And I also want to thank the LS team department. Even though they gave me a hard time on getting hearings or passing bills, I want to thank you for your hard work and your dedication. And finally, we need to thank the clerks that are here, who ensure that our votes are counted and make this possible. Please, let's give them a big round of applause. To my district, District 17, I want to thank you for allowing me to serve you, your families, and the borough, and I will always be proud to call home. I'm proud to leave behind a better South Bronx than the one that I inherited 10 years ago. God bless you all. Thank you.
Recognizing Councilmember Marmorato.
Thank you. So to my D13 family, it's been not just a pleasure, but a profound honor to represent you over the past 2 years. These truly have been 2 of the best years of my life, and I will carry this experience with deep gratitude and pride as I look forward to continuing to see you around the neighborhood. And to my colleagues, thank you for your collaboration, the debates, and the shared commitment to serving our city. I have made friendships here, some I was surprised to make, and I appreciate it and I thank you. And to those who chose exclusion over inclusion, I wish you grace. And now to the incredible staff that I have down in my district, I couldn't even begin to explain how much I appreciate you. You made so much possible. Your dedication, your long hours, your unwavering support has meant more to me than I can ever express. and my family, most importantly. Thank you for your patience, your sacrifice, and endless love. You are my foundation, my strength, and the reason why I do this work. And last, and certainly not least, we cannot forget to thank Carl and the Sergeant-at-Arms teams for always going above and beyond, and we have seen that here today, for keeping us safe, not only in the People's House, but always in our district. And I thank you all so much. It was really, truly an honor to be here those last 2 years. Thank you.
Recognizing Councilmember Holden.
Thank you, Majority Leader. And serving 8 years in this council has been a dream come true. Representing the district that my parents grew up in, and my grandparents had a farm in the exact neighborhood, right around the corner from where I live, and my office is a few blocks away. This is an unbelievable honor to serve 8 years as the council member for the District 30. And it's a bittersweet kind of crossroads for me. But I would like to thank the Sergeant-at-Arms staff, the wonderful staff, and it's been said, and Chief Carl Diaba, and I also Chief Rafi, I call him Rafi Perez, but great people, great staff, and they did keep us safe. And so it was very difficult sometimes getting through the picket lines outside, but they always had somebody there, and I want to thank them. And also Bill Alistair also for the photography. I got to talk photography with him many hours, and I appreciated that. And he did make us look good, even made me look good at my age, but it was great. But I just want to talk about the experience in the last 4 years. Especially yesterday, an important package of veteran legislation cleared our committee. And today, the Speaker and the Council leadership killed it using a procedural trick to avoid a vote before the full body. That's disgraceful. Now, these bills dealt with veteran housing, homelessness, mental health, and support for veteran organizations. But instead of letting veterans finally get some relief from this city, leadership chose politics and personal payback. And that's what this was. That's not called leadership, folks. This had nothing to do with the cost or policy and everything to do with vendetta against me. I had over 100 bills that I introduced over the years, and nothing got through. And the veterans were caught in the crossfire. It's vindictive and petty. The message from the City Council to veterans today is simple. Drop dead. That's to veterans. And that, they served our country, and this is how they get back. They got back at the whole committee, too, because there's people, there's Councilmember Ariola and Palladino and Vernikoff that had bills that were sacrificed also, only because it came from the committee chaired by Bob Holden. And this is not demonstrating leadership. This is nowhere near leadership. Leadership is doing the right thing for constituents. So instead for speaking up against bills or speaking up against leadership, my constituents were hurt. My parks weren't funded. My schools weren't funded. This is not leadership, folks. This is a lack of leadership. So I just want to say it's been a great honor, especially the first 4 years in the council serving this body. These last 4 years, again, when your bills are boycotted, you're boycotted, it's not a great feeling, folks. But I stayed true to my principles. I spoke up how I felt, and they didn't like it. They didn't like that I went to the press. They didn't like that I exercised my First Amendment rights. They didn't like it. And that's chilling. So going forward, I hope the next speaker will be fair, that will have an even hand, and will do the right things by 51 districts, not just a few of their favorite. So this is not the finest hour of this council. I'll never believe that. I came in, I attended all hearings, meetings, never missed a day. Stayed until the end of the hearings most of the time. and I wasn't rewarded at all. Most jobs, when you work hard, you show up, you do the right thing, chair a committee, you get rewarded somehow. I didn't. And that's the bittersweet, it's sweet that I represented my district. I loved being in my district, but I didn't like what was happening here. And it was very, very unfair. Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
Recognizing Councilmember Powers.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone, for the remarks today. When I came into office in 2018, I had the same hopeful vision for our city that I still hold today. That New York City can be a place where everyday people, like my family, a small business owner and a nurse, could make it here because the city made it possible to access good affordable housing, good schools, and a way to make a living. And I've taken that vision with me every single day to the City Council on the number of issues I've championed over the last 8 years. Our victories, including reducing rents at places like Waterside Plaza and fighting for tenants in Stuyvesant Town, to creating a new life sciences center and a new high school in Kips Bay, to rezoning Midtown South to create 10,000 new homes through new conversions, to reducing barriers to housing for tenants, including the sorts of income discrimination in the Fair Chance for Housing Act, tackling quality of life issues like noise, cameras, and tackling scaffolding, expanding arts education through New York City, our fight in 2018 to provide fair fares for transit riders, and investing millions of dollars to our schools, our parks, our libraries, and our cultural institutions. I am honored every single day to walk into this place and work alongside so many people who I think have sometimes different visions for this city, but a shared hope, hopefully a shared collaborative spirit to get things done for their constituents. I want to congratulate all my colleagues who are leaving here today on a tremendous 8 years in City Council. There's so much to be proud of, not only today, but over the last 8 years of the work that you have done to make it a better place. And for all of you who are leaving, I just say thank you for being great partners and friends throughout your 8 years, and lifetime friends, I know that. Of course, none of us can do any of this without great partners in the room, and I have incredible staff who have been with me throughout these 8 years that have helped make this work easier and more rewarding. To my Chief of Staff, Ben Jacobs, who's been with me for 8 years, thank you for holding it down every single day. And to the rest of my staff, to Haley, to Pat, to Franklin, to Walker, Eitan, Eric, and all the others throughout the years, thank you for giving your best every single day. This is a hard job and a hard business, but thank you for being great role models for everyone here. I want to thank all the staff of the City Council who do the work here to make this a better place. There are so many behind the scenes who actually make this place work. Sometimes we fight, sometimes we disagree, but what matters is we get things done and we do it on behalf of New Yorkers. So thank you to the entire staff here who have really led with your hearts every single day. I want to thank my colleagues in this last term and all who's here. All of you have become true friends over the course of our time in our office, and I know that will last far in the years ahead. And I do want to join the echo of people who give a shout out to our amazing Sergeant Arms and to Carl. I will miss hearing that stated call, and sometimes I'm trying to do it back, but I don't have the voice you have. But you guys are the first faces we often see when we walk in this building, and you are the last ones when we walk out of here. And the friendly nature and the way you guys work for us every day, your friendship just means the world to all of us, and I'm glad we're all recognizing that here today. And there's so many people to name, and I think most of my colleagues have gotten to most of them, but just thank you to everyone in this building. Thank you to everyone across the street. Thank you to all the staff of all the council members. But most of all, thank you to the people of the 4th Council District, the district where I grew up and I've spent my life. It has been an honor serving you, and I look forward to doing this work together. Thank you.
Recognizing Councilmember Brennan.
Thank you. I obviously want to thank the voters for sending me here a couple of times and taking a chance on a punk rock kid from southern Brooklyn who never dreamt of being a politician. Over the last 8 years, I've been able to build 7 new public schools in my district, renovated 17 parks and playgrounds, and brought back over $350 million in investments, improving the district where I grew up. Serving as chair of the Finance Committee for the past 4 years has been an incredibly rewarding experience, something that I'm so lucky that the Speaker put her trust in me and in appointing me to that role, and what I learned over the past 4 years doing battle with City Hall on a daily basis, and the fights that we won together as a council, and the millions and millions of dollars and cuts that we restored. Had we not fought back, those cuts would have gone through. The mighty Council Finance Division, there are so many smart, dedicated people. As someone who got his start in the council 15, 16 years ago as a staffer, I know how hard the staff works and how much of the glory that we get as elected officials, so much of that hard work is actually done by the staff behind the scenes, especially during budget season and very, very long hours, and the sacrifice that we all make and our families make to support us in public service. So it has been an amazing run. This is the best job in the world. Getting paid to worry about the neighborhood where you grew up is just about as good as it gets. But it is time to shuffle on, and I look forward to seeing and supporting the council in the years to come. And this has been a great time. Thank you, everybody.
Recognizing Deputy Speaker Diane Ayala.
I just want to start off by saying that I'm shocked that he didn't mention me at all. Because, I thought that we were Ma and Pa council, and I'm shocked. I'm just shocked. But no, I didn't want to make this a long speech. I think when I came into the council, I was a lot younger and also very naive. I had no political ambition whatsoever, and ran solely for the purpose of being able to lend continuity to the good work of my predecessor, and because of my love for my community and that district. I am so excited and happy that I did take that chance, even when I was throwing up most days because I was scared out of my mind, because I think that I have served my community well. I came here with a goal of improving, conditions that impact New Yorkers every single day, and I think I've done that on multiple fronts. Obviously, time is a thief, and it went by really quickly. We faced very challenging times because we were in 2 years when the pandemic hit, and it robbed us of the ability to really focus on projects in the district because we were always kind of on high alert. There were so many things that were happening back then. Gun violence was rising, people were starving, and we were all out there. And I want to thank, many of my colleagues here. Ralph, and I did a lot of food distributions. Ralph is the food master, but he's also been very generous with his resources and has made sure that the rest of us also benefit from it. So I want to thank him for that. I want to thank the Bronx delegation for accepting me. I represent 2 districts, practically 2 boroughs, 1 district, and when I got to the Bronx, most people were like, well, does she really belong here? Is she like from Manhattan? And I'm like, no, I actually was, I lived most of my adult life in the Bronx. And I love the borough, I love the people, and I was really excited to be there, but they really embraced me like family, and I will, forever take that, take that with me for present and former members that were here, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And, the staff has been, amazing. We have an amazing leadership team. We have an amazing budget negotiating team, but we would not be able to do that without the help and the support of all of you and your different legislative and, fiscal divisions and comms division. Faiza and Jeremy, I love you guys so much. I don't even want to look over there, Megan. Oh. And my little AJ, Miss Phyllis, who's no longer here. I hope she's enjoying her retirement. And Madam Speaker, thank you for believing in me when we met. And when she called me, she says, Diana, I want to tell you that I want to appoint you Deputy Speaker, and I was so excited, and I'm like, and she says, wait, I'm not finished. I also want you to chair the General Welfare Committee, and if you know me, if you heard my story, you know that it's one of those committees that really speak to my heart because I've lived all of those experiences. And I was like, wait, you're giving me both? And she was like, yes, I'm giving you both. And I was just so excited. But I know that, and I think you've been a great partner, and I hope that I have been that support to you as well. It's been, a huge pleasure to work alongside you, Amanda. Nobody looks prettier up there, Amanda. Salvina, Justin, Ralph, all of you that have served, with me in some capacity. You're welcome for the coquito today. I will try to bring food every now and then for those starving members that don't have time to go out and eat, and I hope that you remember me as well, and that we can continue to have a relationship outside of this. You haven't seen the last of me, but I would be remiss if I also did not thank the Sergeant at Arms team. Those are my hard champions in this space, and I've loved spending so much time with them. So I wanted to call out, Carl Dialba, Rafael Perez, John Biondo, Dane Hope, Michael Leonardo, Keith Polite, Pedro Lugo, Danny Huang, Nasli Petuvi, Walter Lewis, Rocco Masidi, Patrick Cruziana, James Marino, Ben Levi, Janelle Yearwood Finn, Travel King, Taisha Sherman, Annie Lynn, Preston Cameron, Michael Kane, Kimberly Smith Thomas, my staff who have been, fantastic, keeping things, up to date and under control in the district, but also my committee staff here, when I was chair of the Mental Health Committee, Consumer and Worker Protection, and now in the General Welfare. I've had the best team that anyone can have, and I am so grateful for them, and I wish them so much success. So whoever gets those committees, make sure that you treat them well, because these are good, smart, talented young people that deserve to be treated like the smart, dedicated, hardworking people that they are. And with that, goodbye, people.
Recognizing Majority Whip Brooks Powers. Thank you. So I wanted to take a moment to recognize you, Speaker Adams, for your extraordinary leadership and service to this body and to the people of New York City. It has been a true honor to serve alongside you, not just as colleagues in this chamber, but as representatives of Southeast Queens, a part of the city that has too often been overlooked, yet consistently produces leaders who govern with integrity, balance, and deep respect for the lived experience of everyday New Yorkers. As the first Black Speaker of the New York City Council, you led during one of the most consequential periods in our city's history. Under your leadership, this council centered affordability, equity, and dignity, particularly for the outer borough communities that know firsthand what it means to live in transit deserts, to fight for housing stability, and to stretch every dollar just to stay in the city we love. Together, we worked through some of the most complex policy debates facing New York, from housing and public safety to mental health, education, and economic recovery. You created space for diverse viewpoints, respected the legislative process, and never lost sight of the fact that this body exists to serve hardworking New Yorkers. And you reminded us that leadership is about steadiness, principle, and showing up for New Yorkers even when it's hard. I would also like to recognize Deputy Speaker Ayala and Council Members Powers, Brannon, and Salamanca, and all of the outgoing members for their hard work and service to our city. I look forward to seeing all the incredible work you will continue to accomplish for New York and beyond. Thank you. Recognizing Councilmember Hanif, followed by Hudson, then Brewer.
Today I speak as a Muslim leader on this body and as your colleague of 4 years. A member of this body continues to dehumanize people. This week she called for the expulsion of Muslims from our country. This is not the first time she has said something this racist and abhorrent, but the leniency of this body emboldens her hateful rhetoric that puts New Yorkers in danger. And she's proud of it too. She won't apologize, just like every other time. So I ask you, where do we draw the line? Where do we want to draw the line? Is it if she says queer people are groomers? Or that immigrants should be deported? Or if she trivializes the Holocaust? No, it couldn't be. She already did all that. I am a Muslim in this body, which represents almost 1 million Muslim New Yorkers. I stand before you a testament to the resilience of my people. I'm a walking, breathing reminder to people like her that they are losing. As a city council, we must send a clear message to the New Yorkers that we represent, that racism is unacceptable. This colleague must be expelled, or at the very, very least, censured. We all know this. We must act. And colleagues, this hateful incident has happened on our watch. I look to my colleagues to step up now. New Yorkers expect us to do better. We must do better. Now I speak to the young Muslimah at home. You are strong. I'm with you. Together, we are even stronger. And as you walk through life, hearing hate be normalized and made to feel scared, don't be. As long as I breathe, there will be at least one member of this council fighting for you, even if the injustice is coming from inside the House. Thank you.
Recognizing Councilmember Hudson.
Thank you, and I had written here good afternoon, but I'll say good evening. I'd like to take a moment today to recognize our outgoing colleagues, all of whom will be missed, and also to address the leadership of Speaker Adrienne Adams and the legacy she leaves behind in this chamber and across our city as the first Black Speaker of the New York City Council, who also led the first Majority Women Council in our city's history. From day one, there was pressure for her not to push back, to fall in line and fold to avoid conflict with the mayor. But Speaker Adams understood her responsibility to protect the independence and integrity of this council and to stand up for New Yorkers. Many people undeservedly claim the legacy of Shirley Chisholm, unbought and unbossed. But Speaker Adams lives it. She listened to her members, trusted a diverse majority women body, and allowed this council to legislate boldly, even when it was difficult. Under her leadership, we approved more than 157,000 new homes, expanded housing vouchers, childcare, and mental health supports, confronted the Black maternal mortality crisis, and protected LGBTQIA+ New Yorkers' access to care. Through innovative programs she championed, like CUNY Reconnect and direct cash assistance for new mothers, she has changed lives beyond the headlines. Speaker Adams has led with steadiness and seriousness through moments of tension, disagreement, and challenge, without ever losing sight of this body's dignity. And she's done this with the help of her incredible staff, led by Jeremy John and Faiza Ali, to whom I say, thank you. We never know how good something is until it's gone. So often institutions resist Black women's leadership, questioning our authority, challenging our presence, even treating us as something to tolerate rather than embrace. Speaker Adams shows us that when Black women lead, we transform the institutions that were never designed for us to begin with. I'm proud to have served under her leadership, and I'm honored to forever call her my colleague and, of course, my Spelman sister. Madam Speaker, thank you for your courage, your integrity, and your historic service to the city of New York. And on behalf of the Black, Latino, and Asian Caucus Executive Committee, we'd like to present you with a lovely bouquet of flowers wrapped in pink and green. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Recognizing Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. On a very mundane level, I'm talking about Intro 1505, which would combine at the Department of Records, the Archival Review Board and their Board of Archives, Reference, and Research Advisory Board into one Archival Review Advisory Board. I say this because I spent many years working on archives, and is why I have such an interest. And number two, term limits suck. Thank you very much.
Recognizing Minority Leader Arriola.
Thank you so much. I was originally standing up to again echo the thank you to our sergeants at arms. Carl, no one can quiet a room like you by just saying, all rise. And Rafi, John, thank you for protecting us. Rafi, I met you, I was only 32. How is it that I aged and you didn't? All our clerks, our New York City clerk, our facilities, our photographers, our parliamentarian, Jeff Campagna, an unsung hero who sits there and keeps us all honest. Johanna Castro, who I have 1,000 ETA question mark texts from, thank you so very much. And of course, the committee councils from all our committees that we chair and that I was blessed to chair. But on the heels of what Councilmember Shahana Hanif just said, there is a reason that we have free speech enshrined in our Constitution. And that's to protect us from government retaliation, punishment, and censorship. It would be the height of hypocrisy for members of this council who swore to uphold that Constitution to call out a council member, even if it isn't by name, but by innuendo, for punishment for exercising their right to free speech. My colleagues often say things I disagree with and I often find abhorrent. But like every American, I can choose to respond to their speech with my own speech. I suggest our colleagues stop acting like what they say they detest, and we will all do the same. On that note, I don't want to let this day go by without saying to my colleague, Christy Marmorato, you are a class act, lady.
That's right.
You walked into this chamber, and a few more moments? You walked into this chamber to represent the District 13, and represent it you did. And some days, most days, you didn't get a fair shake, even from your own colleagues. And yet you still stood with your head high, and you acted with grace. And that's why we call you our lioness. You will be greatly missed. Our minority whip and myself, it was an honor to work with you. It was an honor to partner with you. It was an honor to become your friend, a member of your extended family. Gino and Renata are lucky to have you, and we are at a disadvantage to lose you. But understand something, you made your mark here, and you fought hard, harder than anyone that I've ever seen. You faced such adversity from the moment you walked through those doors. And yet, you never lost your integrity, your temper, you gave your word and you kept it, and you never lost your honor. You are an honorable woman, and I applaud you. Thank you.
Recognizing Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you. First, I want to thank my family who stuck around, especially my 4-year-old son, Carmine, to see me sworn in after the stated meeting today. It's been a marathon day. And my staff who did the same, and my friends, especially the indefatigable Curtis Lewa, although I guess he's got nowhere to be these days, but it's nice for him to come as well. But I speak to you today with a lump in my throat because I'm going to miss a lot of my colleagues that are leaving, but especially because this is Councilmember Bob Holden's last day. Now, I know the room is divided. Some of you won't miss him because he's the Democrat that progressives loves to hate. Others won't miss him because he's the conservative that drives Republicans crazy. But I'm here to say, without any hedging, I'm going to miss Bob Holden a lot. Because beneath all the controversy, beneath the bluntness, beneath the refusal to go along just to get along, Bob has been something that is far too rare in this body: authentic. He's been stubborn in the best way, stubborn for taxpayers, stubborn for seniors, stubborn for public safety, and stubborn for the people who don't have a lobbyist or a public relations team whispering in our ear. And if you want to talk about legacy, the landmark veterans legislation that we were supposed to pass today would have been the perfect coda for Bob's legacy in the City Council. Bob has been the best advocate in this council for veterans, not in words, not in photo ops, in work, real work. He's also been the best advocate in this body for animal rights. He's been steadfast for law enforcement, whether you agreed with him or not. You never had to wonder where he stood, and you never had to wonder who he was standing up for. I also have to say this. Bob Holden got elected 8 years ago because of the votes he received on the Reform Party line. And at the time, I was proud, along with Curtis Lewa, to be a leader of the Reform Party. And if neither Curtis nor I do anything else worthwhile in public life, we're both pretty proud of that. Because Bob Holden's election was a reminder that voters still have a way of rewarding independence. And I'll close with a line from Dead Poets Society. Another Staten Island councilman, Jimmy Otto, said, when another Queens councilman, Tom Ogdenbenny, left this body, "Oh, Captain, my Captain, Bob Holden, Captain, you drove a lot of people here crazy, but you make this council better. And in my opinion, this body is worse off without you. God bless you, and thank you for your service to New York City. We're really going to miss you."
Recognizing Councilmember Joseph.
It's my turn. Madam Speaker, I've had many bittersweet days in this lifetime, and today's one of them. As you close this historic chapter, I want to begin by publicly saying thank you from my heart and on behalf of District 40, whose lives are better because you chose to lead. Adrienne, you have never wavered your values. In moment of uncertainty, you walk firmly in your purpose, guided by integrity, courage, and an unwavering commitment to the people of this city. You showed us what principled leadership looks like, especially when the path was not easy. During the most challenging times our city has faced, you led with clarity, compassion, and strength. You reminded us that leadership is not about title, but about service, integrity, and courage, and you serve with excellence. I am deeply grateful for your leadership, your support, your mentorship. You made space for voices to be heard, for collaborations to thrive, and for us to lead boldly and authentically. I am better because I had the opportunity to serve alongside you. It is important for me to note that your incredible leadership was fueled by an extraordinary team. I want to personally extend my deepest thanks to your incredible staff, communications team. Your partnership, professionalism, and dedication over the years made the work stronger and the mission clearer. The body benefited greatly from your commitment and care. Adrienne, you will not be forgotten. Your impact is etched into the institution and into future leaders who will follow. We will ensure that your legacy lives through the values that you've upheld, the doors you've opened, and the standards you set. Let this be a reminder that as the first Black woman in our city's history to lead the New York City Council, you did not just make history, you were unapologetic. You honored it. May your next chapter be as powerful, purposeful as the legacy you leave behind. To my sister speaker, thank you for everything. This is a goodbye for now and not forever. I love you.
Recognizing Councilmember Narcisse.
I don't want to go back, but I just want to ask one question. Who's gonna care? Who care about the homeowner, the small property owner, the Black and brown communities that's losing their home? So, having said that, I'm not gonna go call all the names. I'm gonna stay there, and I'm gonna say for those fake, flaky, and external forces, we gotta stop. This is the legislators here. We have to make tough decisions, and I want to know that next time when we bring any bill up that has to do with small property owners, I want my sisters, my colleagues, my friends to stand with us. With me, because there is no way we can leave this happening in the city council. Majority Black folks are in here working for the people. We need to take on the small property owner. it was shaped, that bill was shaped by homeowners, advocates, civil rights leaders, religious leaders, community leaders, providers. Everyone came together to say we need a lifeline for the small property owner. I don't care much about the Airbnb, but that's where the platform that can give those folks an opportunity to hold their home. They are struggling out there. But having said that, I want to say thank you to all my colleagues that stayed on and that tried to fight with me. I will never forget that. For Austin, Baker, I want to say 10:30 p.m., we were on the phone trying to make the best out of it. I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I have to say enough on all this, but just for this evening, I'm not going to let go. And for that, I'm going to finish with say the best speaker ever for me. Because here, Madam Speaker Adrienne Adams, you stood strong. You did not wave. You did not shake. You are a black woman, and you have learned how to stand up, stand on, keep on going, no matter what's going on. So for that, my sister, I want to say I'm so happy to get to know you. I can say you're the best speaker because that's the speaker I have in the city council. And I love you, I appreciate you, and your leadership, really, I admire that. And every day, whatever I can do to support, I love women leadership. So I want to say thank you, and for that, I want to say all the staff here, if I stop calling Joanna, I call Carl, I call all the folks, all the staff here, I admire you, I appreciate you. I know every day you sacrifice your family to be here to help us out. I love you all. Thank you. The photographers, the sergeant, I love you all. But, Madam Speaker,
thank you so much, Council Member. Okay, while the hug is happening, recognizing Councilmember Gutierrez.
Thank you. I know folks have already left, but I just want to make sure that I emphasize that the only hypocrisy in these chambers are coming from colleagues of mine who are here representing a party that quite literally stifle and censor and make excuses for hate. So forgetting that their words, whether they're tweets or IG posts or hashtags, that they have weight, and that there are on-the-ground impacts when someone reads your tweets. Councilmember Hanif has moved with integrity and love always. I hate that you experience hate at your place of work, and I hope that we can be better. And I'm proud to call her a friend and a colleague and a friend. I also want to take a moment to thank our hardworking Speaker Adrienne Adams. This job is impossible. I don't know why people want it. I want to be honest. But you have been tremendous. You have been absolutely tremendous in this role. You have been kind. You have been thoughtful. You have been fair. You let me chair a committee in an industry that I don't come from. You took a chance. And I've learned so much, and I owe that to you. You have done so much for my community. Bushwick, Williamsburg, and Ridgewood is better because of you, because you were the speaker, because we were proud to vote you the speaker. I love saying that we were born at the same hospital. Shout out to Elmer's Hospital. And what you have done for maternal mortality, Speaker. A lot of people here before you, I think, talk the talk. But you showed up every single year. You brought in the midwives, you brought in the doulas, you stepped foot into every single hospital that we were hoping to impact. And it was so genuine, and I thank you. I truly thank you, because it's easy to just say you care about it, and the hard thing is putting the money behind that, prioritizing that, pushing the policies to do that, and I think you hold the record for that. And with my last 6 seconds, I want to say thank you, and hasta luego to my wonderful Chief of Staff, Anya Lair. She has been incredible, loyal, hardworking, and I will miss her greatly. And if you've worked with Anya, you know that girl knows her stuff, so do not cross her, please. So I wish her the best. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas, everybody.
And with that wonderful message, seeing no one else signed up to speak, and I do not expect any raised hands, I'll now call on Speaker Adrienne Adams to close today's stated meeting.
everybody have a seat. This is not going to take long. I'm about to adjourn the final stated meeting of the year. Colleagues, this has been the honor of a lifetime, leading this body for the last 4 years. So many of you came in and hadn't governed before, hadn't managed offices before. Your work over the last 4 years has transformed the lives of millions of New Yorkers for the betterment of them, of their families. You have put forth life-changing legislation that will last a lifetime. My work with you all has been unprecedented, and I thank you for your leadership. Your leadership. My leadership team. You all have seen some unbelievable things, and we'll put the budget right in the center of unbelievable because we had some things to deal with. BNT members, we have endured some hours and some pain and some resistance, and yes, even some contempt at some point in time. But through it all, we stood up, we stood our ground, and we stood for over 8 million people of the city of New York that needed us to stand up for them in our budget. And we won. We won, and we won, and we won. And we beat budget cuts back. We restored and got even more. I'll layer that finance team, the best in the world. Richard Lee. Shout out to Tanisha Edwards as well for a job well done, $115 billion. And you all did that for this council and for our constituents. Legislative team, the most legislation that we've ever seen in 4 years, led by Jeff Baker. Jeff, you can get some sleep now. Tell your wife we're real sorry, but you can get some sleep now. We thank you, Johanna. Thank you. Comms team, Mandela and team, some of the best writers, some of the best coaches. Gotta shout out Ben, because Ben was with me from my district office days. Ben Thang Estrada. My senior staff, I can't say enough for my Super Chief Jeremy John. Jeremy, you have led this body in ways that many of them don't even know. Jeremy has really, really been that guy behind the scenes. Jeremy brings decades of expertise to this council, and he never wavered, and he's never been shy about sharing all of his brilliance with this body. He's given that freely, and he's given it up for you, for our constituents, and for the betterment of all New York. Tell Betty you're coming home. Thank you, Jer. Faiza Ali, I have always considered you in my heart to be the infrastructure of the New York City Council. Faiza has been a leader for years and years and years, dedicating herself to community engagement. And over these 4 years, she has dedicated herself to you, colleagues, to you. Thank you, Faiza. I could just go on and on and on and on, just looking at everybody's faces. You all, my sergeants, led by the amazing, all rise!
The best dress.
Carl Dialba.
Best dress, Carl.
Colleagues, Carl. Carl, you've kept us safe with your amazing security team. They have always been here. John! has always, I get a John and I get back a yo, Adrienne, every time. How we thank you for your service, for keeping all of us safe, for your love for this institution, for continuing to hold it up year after year after year. Ralphie, the best fish tank I've ever seen in my life. Thank you. Thank you, Jason Otanyo, leader of the best OGC that we've ever seen. Oh, I see Pesach Osina sitting back there. Pesach, I gotta shout you out. Pesach, you have been an amazing, amazing person that has been with me for, gosh, even before I was elected. We've known each other that long. Thank you for your leadership and your support, not just for this body, but for Queens, your beloved Queens, our beloved Queens. Thank you, Pesach. And colleagues, as we move on, our clerk staff,
That's right.
Mike Sweeney. Oh my gosh, thank you, Mike, for all of your hard work. Jonathan, for keeping me in line, because you just say those words and coupled on general orders, coupled on general orders. My constituent, Jonathan Ettricks, ladies and gentlemen. I thank the entire staff, all of you that take the time to count these votes, make sure that it's right, make sure that we get it right in this council. Jeff Campagna, you were my Campagna for quite a while when we worked together on the Landmarks Committee. Thank you so much for all of your dedication to this body. This has been an amazing ride for me, colleagues. Hi, Frank. Frank, just let everybody know you're here again. Just do that roll call thing that you do. Welcome addition to this body. You all have given me growth. You all have given me guidance. And you all have given me confidence to go on to whatever the next great thing is in store for me. I know that I can do that because you all are the wind beneath my wings. And I'll say something else. You know, my love for veterans has been questioned today, and I take personal offense to that. This veteran walks with me on a daily basis, even though he no longer walks with me on this earth. This veteran, my dad, veteran of the United States Air Force. I lost him to COVID in May 2020. My allegiance to my father as a veteran will never be questioned. I do this work for this veteran. This veteran. This veteran who is so proud of his child. For my husband, who is a veteran that had to lead to make sure that our puppy didn't tear up our house. For that veteran also, United States Air Force. This work I do is for our veterans. Let it never be said that Adrienne Adams does not stand up for veterans. Veterans stood up for us. A veteran birthed this first Black Speaker of the New York City Council. And so, colleagues, I love you all more than you will ever know, and I thank you for growing me into the person that I am today. Our work will never be forgotten. Go forth and do the work that your constituents voted you to do. Remember them. Most importantly, colleagues, never forget the least of these. This is the work for those that need us so badly. Remember the least of these. The stated meeting of December 18, 2025 is hereby adjourned.